Good evening, everyone. It is now 6:32 p.m. and I'll declare this special council meeting of the town of Victoria Park is open. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians. Nunjarapan Wajak Noongar Budja Yakan Nidja Bilya Barduk. I'm honoured to be standing on Wajak Noongar country on the banks of the Swan River. Nankarach Noongar Mort Ken Karak Nidja Wajak Noongar Budja. Nankarach Nidja Noongar Brudia Kura Yeye Border Balapan Mordich Noongar Karajan Mort Webudja Yeye. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and respect past, present and emerging leaders, their continuing cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land, which continues to be important today. Nanyunka Balapan Noongar Brudia We Mort Nidjabuja. I thank them for the contribution to life in the town of Victoria Park and to this region. Item 2 on the agenda is announcements from the presiding member. So 2.1 is recording and live streaming of proceedings. In accordance with Regulation 14I of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, this meeting is being audio and video recorded and it is being live streamed through the town's website. Under Clause 39(1) of the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019, I do not give my permission for any other person to record the proceedings of this meeting. By being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Recordings are also made available on the town's website following this meeting. Item 2.2, public question time and public statement time. As this is a special council meeting, any public questions or statements must relate to the business on the agenda. There are guidelines that need to be adhered to in our council meetings, and during question and statement time, people speaking are not to personalise any questions or statements about council elected members, town staff, or to use any possible defamatory remarks. In accordance with Clause 40 of our Meeting Procedures Local Law, a person addressing the council shall extend due courtesy and respect to the council and the processes under which it operates, and shall comply with any direction by the presiding member. A person present at or observing a meeting shall not create a disturbance at a meeting by interrupting or interfering with the proceedings, whether by expressing approval or dissent, by conversing or by any other means. When the presiding member speaks during public question time or public statement time, any person who is then speaking is to immediately stop, and every person present is to preserve strict silence so that the presiding member may be heard without interruption. The usual practice is that there is a limit of 3 questions per person and an allocated time of 2 minutes to anyone making a public statement. However, if there are very few people in the public gallery, we can be more generous with those limitations. They are intended to ensure there's fairness and equity to everyone who wishes to come and ask questions or make a statement. 2.3 is no adverse reflection, so in accordance with Clause 56 of our Meeting Procedures Local Law, both elected members and the public when speaking are not to reflect adversely on the character or actions of other elected members or town employees. Item 3 is attendance for tonight's meeting. We have at the moment all elected members bar one. Councillor Melrosa at this stage is looking like being an apology. He may attend, but he also may not be able to make it. We have a number of the town's executive leadership and management team who are here, led by the CEO, who sits to my left, Mr. Carl Askew. We have no elected members on approved leave of absence. Now go to item 4 on the agenda, which is declarations of interest, and I'm going to go to the CEO and ask, are there any declarations of interest, Mr. CEO?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Item 9.2, yourself, an impartiality interest. I own a property located on one of the proposed road renewal projects in the Capital Works program. Also, item 9.5, Councillor Anderson, an 9.2, thank you. Councillor Anderson, also impartiality interest. I own a property located on one of the proposed road renewal projects in the Capital Works program. And item 12.1.1, myself, a financial interest. This report relates to my contract of employment and performance.
All right, thank you, Mr. CEO. Are there any other elected members who have an interest that they need to declare? Because now is absolutely the time to do it. All right, I'm not seeing any other interests that need to be declared, but as a reminder, if it does occur to you, please let us know as soon as possible. Item 5 on the agenda is public question time, which I'll now open at 6:37 p.m. I do have an indication of people who have requested to ask questions and statements. At the moment, there's no one on the list for public questions, but we do have some people in the public gallery. So I will formally ask, is there anyone who has a question that they would like to ask? If you would like to ask a question, we're going to invite you to come forward to the lectern area and take a seat. For our meeting procedures, local law, we require you to state your name and your suburb, and then we look forward to hearing your questions, and you just need to press the button on the microphone to switch it on to speak.
Thank you. My name's Lee Pagana and I reside at 21 Gascoigne Street in East Victoria Park. For the last 3 years, I've been requesting an extension of an existing footpath to get our children off the streets. I've been sending photos to Councillor Sky Krauser, which has been amazing. She's been helping me out, and to some of the other councillors. I've been sending lots and lots of photos of near misses, of children walking from Kent Street High School, which runs parallel down to Gascoigne Street to Espin Street. The last photo that I sent to Councillor Sky was a near miss, which has pretty much got us here tonight, me and my husband. Kids were walking from Kent Street High School and this car came down Espin Street and there was nearly an accident where one of the kids got run over. I'm here tonight because I have sort of found out that you guys are questioning whether to put it in the budget. I'm here tonight to pretty much plea that, you know, we really do need this footpath. It's an extension of 2 existing footpaths. We're talking about how many metres, Tony?
50 metres.
50 metres, which is a footpath that runs in the front of our house. It stops and then it continues again around Esperance Street. So we are literally looking at 15 metres to get these children. And I've sent photos of women with babies in pushers. It is a walkway for residents to walk their dog down to the Kent Street dog area near Kent Street High School. And it's getting to the stage where now we're hearing like cars literally braking to not run over these high school children. It's a real concern of mine. I've got the backing of neighbours across the road. I just want to know, what do I have to do to try and get this passed through to a budget? Because I've been told for the last 3 years, it's in budget, it's in budget, it's in budget. And I'm sort of at a lost end now in what to do.
All right, well, thank you for your question. I can tell you that in attachment 9.2.3 to tonight's agenda, that is the Capital Works program for the coming financial year 26-27, and new pathway is listed for Gascoigne Street. $180,000 has been allocated as the project cost for a new pathway to be installed. Mm-hmm. That's the description of the item. It's not more specific than that, so it doesn't say that it's only a part of pathway. It indicates it is Gascoigne Street. So I'm taking it that it's the footpath that you've been advocating for. My own recollection from my time on council is I don't think I've seen Gascoigne Street and a footpath listed in a budget before. And in the past, when the budget has come up for adoption, it hasn't been a usual practice in my experience for specific capital works projects that are in the capital works program for the budget to be taken out of the budget at the time of the budget adoption. So we're going to be deciding tonight on the adoption of the budget. That item is in there. At this point in time, I'm not aware of someone seeking to take that item out of the budget. So it's a draft budget, but we're going to debate what we do with the budget, and obviously that includes passing on rates to ratepayers. You're very welcome to stay and listen to the debate over the budget, but hopefully this is the moment you've been waiting for, where the item is listed in the Capital Works program, and obviously if Council adopts the budget and it adopts that Capital Works program, then you would expect to see Gascoyne Street's pathway constructed in the course of this coming year. I will actually ask the Chief Operations Officer, since she's here and this falls under her portfolio, with regards to the proposal for a pathway on Gascoyne Street, if Council adopts the budget with that included in the Capital Works, are you able to assist by indicating where the footpath will be located and when in the financial year it's likely to be delivered as a project? Ms Labicus.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, it is the footpath length that that the resident is referring to. So once the budget's passed, we'll actually then program it in. I'd envisage it would be done sort of in before Christmas.
Oh,
all right, so clearly we have to design projects like this, so there is a design element that our staff will undertake with regards to it, and then obviously we need to procure contractors to install the pathway and plan it, and potentially notify residents who might be impacted if the pathway's construction might see access to the roadway or the laneway closed off for a period of time. So there are some procedural steps that would need to be taken before finally the project actually hits the ground. But I think Ms Labicus has indicated to you, yes, it would be looking like a before the end of 2026 delivery point.
Perfect.
So that is the pathway that you've been advocating for.
Thank you so much.
That's
Very
all right.
pleased.
So as I say, I can't say that the budget's going to be adopted, but I'm not equally saying the budget won't be adopted. My expectation is there will be a budget adopted tonight. So,
Okay.
all right.
Perfect.
Any further questions you'd like to ask?
No, that's all.
All right.
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I will ask, are there any other questions from the public gallery for public question time? Not seeing any indication of them. So at 6:44 p.m, I will close public question time. Item 6 on our agenda is public statement time. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and make a public statement? No? I think perhaps, Ms Pagana, some of the things that you said probably were in part your statement, but I took it as context to your question. So thank you for that. So public statement time on that basis is closed now at 6:45 p.m. Item 7 on the agenda is presentations. 7.1 is petitions. We don't have any tonight. 7.2 presentations, there are none. 7.3 covers deputations. We don't have any deputations tonight. Item 8 on the agenda is method of dealing with agenda business. So elected members, we've got 2 items of agenda business that we're looking at dealing with. The first one, I'm proposing that we adopt item 9.1, the advocacy program by exception resolution. Is there anyone who has an issue with the proposal to adopt it by exception resolution? If there isn't, we'll move to deal with that immediately in accordance with our meeting procedures local law. So I'm going to move the recommendation that that item 9.1, the advocacy program, be adopted by exception resolution, and the remaining items will be dealt with separately. So I'm going to move that motion. Is there a seconder, please, for that? And I think we're doing electronic seconding. Councillor Anderson, thank you, has seconded that. Thank you very much. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So thank you to Mr Dunlop and his team for their work on the advocacy priorities for 2026-27. They're now adopted, so we look forward to seeing what comes next throughout the year for that. Thank you. The second matter of dealing with agenda business is to bring forward item 12.1.1 on the agenda to deal with it now for the convenience of the meeting, as we have the town's manager of people and culture waiting online to assist us if we need to. So what I'm proposing to do is move a procedural motion No, sorry. I am moving a procedural motion to deal with this matter by way of bringing it forward. So I'm going to move this procedural motion that Council 1, pursuant to Clause 22, subparagraph 2 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, resolves to change the order of business for this meeting, and 2, brings forward item 12.1.1 for consideration immediately following the current item of business. So I'm happy to move that. Is there a seconder for this procedural motion, please? That's seconded by Councillor Ingram. So I'm going to ask, is there any dissent to the procedural motion? Councillor Cruiser, you're in dissent? All right. In that case, for a procedural motion, only the mover gets to speak and then we go to voting. So it's being proposed to bring this matter forward so that we deal with it before the budget, because it's expected there'll be some reasonable amount of debate over the budget, and there are a number of proposed amendments to be made to the budget. And so because of that, and because we have Ms Smith waiting online, the proposal is to deal with this now for the benefit, essentially, of the convenience of the meeting. So that's what I have to say in relation to the procedural motion. So I'll now call on people to vote to bring the matter forward as per the procedural motion that I have moved. Thank you. I need to cast my vote in favour of the procedural motion because my computer seems to have locked up. So that is passed. Those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Minson, Councillor Gordon-Manley, and those against, Councillor Cruiser. So declare that that's been carried. Thank you. So this particular item, the CEO has declared a financial interest. So I'm going to ask him to leave the room at this stage before we do more, and need to ask for... Mr. Pryor, could you possibly close the door into the hallway, please? Thank you. Now, just a matter to assist with how we might manage this item on the agenda, since it is an item that has a confidential report and attachment. I do want to ask, in relation to the KPIs, are there elected members who have questions about the KPIs? Because if there aren't questions about the KPIs, I'm likely to move to put the item to the vote, and that way I don't need to move a procedural motion for the meeting to go behind closed doors, which will require us to request the staff to leave and members of the public gallery so we can deal with it confidentially. So has anyone got any questions that they want to ask about the report? Because that's what we have Ms Smith online for. Anyone? No? All right. Well, on that basis, if there are no questions to be asked about the confidential report, as the chair of the CEO Recruitment and Performance Review Committee, I'm going to move the recommendation of the committee that Council 1 endorses the 26-27 KPIs for the CEO as determined by the committee and as set out in attachment 12.1.1.1, and secondly resolves that the report, its attachments remain confidential in accordance with section 5.23 subsection 2 subparagraph B Roman 2 of the Local Government Act 1995. Can I seek a seconder, please, for that recommendation? All right, that's been seconded by Councillor Minson. I don't wish to be heard on the item. Councillor Minson, are you wishing to be heard? No? All right, thank you. Is there any dissent to the recommendation? Councillor Cruiser, you're in dissent, is that right? Do you need to refer to matters in the report in order to make your submissions? Well, when you say not in any detail, if it includes any detail, then we're going to have to close the meeting to the members of the public, which is what I prefer to do because it is related to the CEO contract. So if you need to refer to it, well, I'm asking you, if you need to refer to any details, then that's what I think we'd be best to do. All right. Well, on that basis, if you're in dissent, if you can speak to it, but if you get to the point where you think you need to refer to some details, please let me know and we will put the meeting behind closed doors.
The CEO's capacity to deliver on his KPIs is going to rely on the detail of the budget that we pass, because that determines the resourcing available to meet the key KPIs. Given that we have not yet passed the budget and that there is discussion of some changes to the budget, I'm not comfortable passing KPIs based on the draft budget without knowing what budget we are going to end up adopting.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the item? Anyone who wishes to speak against the item? Anyone else who wishes to speak at all on the item? In which case it'll come to me to close the debate. So addressing the item raised by Councillor Cruiser, in the past, variously, the Council has adopted the CEO's KPIs in May, June, July, August. It hasn't really been a question of tying the timing of the adoption of the KPIs to the budget. If the budget debate were to suggest that any of the budget should impact on the CEO's KPIs, then clearly we could consider that if it arose. But based on what I have seen and the questions that have been asked by elected members in the last couple of days, none of those questions have been addressed to the question of whether or not the CEO would be able to meet his KPIs only if the budget were passed in its proposed form. So for those reasons, I don't consider that the issue of the adoption of the budget is one that would mean we have to wait until after we've adopted the budget before we can adopt the KPIs. So for those reasons, I'm in support of dealing with the matter by endorsing the KPIs as they stand at this stage. So that closes the debate. If I can ask everyone to please cast your vote now in relation to the KPIs. I need to cast my vote in favour as my computer is still locking me out. All right, we seem to be having some problem displaying as usual with the photographs, but it is showing those who have recorded their votes in favour. So the resolution is passed. Those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Minson and Councillor Gordon-Manley. Those against, Councillor Cruiser. So I declare that has been carried. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms Smith, for joining us tonight. Hopefully we'll take it from there working with you on the KPIs in future. So thank you. I think you're going to be leaving us now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. All right. On that basis, we can now get the CEO to come back in. All right, so we've now concluded two of the items on the agenda under item 9, which is reports. We've dealt with 9.1 and we've also dealt with the confidential item. So now we come to 9.2, which is the remaining business of the meeting, which is adoption of the annual budget for 2026-27. This is an absolute majority item. Now, there's a lot in the officer recommendation about the resolution that council needs to pass for adoption of the budget. So I'm not going to read it all out because all elected members have seen it, but I am now going to be officially calling for a mover and a seconder for the annual budget for 26-27 in accordance with the officer recommendation, which appears at pages 12 through to 14 of the special council meetings agenda. So looking for a mover and a seconder, please. It's not letting me do anything. All right, so it has been moved by Councillor Minson and seconded by Councillor Cruiser. Now, I do note that we've got a number of amendments that are proposed. In terms of the amendments that I've been given notice of, we're going to deal with them separately and in the order in which they've been received. So just by way of some procedural advance notice to councillors, the first amendment is one that is being proposed by myself. The second amendment is being proposed by Councillor Minson, and the third amendment that I have notice of is being proposed by Councillor Anderson. They're the ones that I know of. There might be other elected members who are proposing that they might move an amendment at some stage. But before we move to amendments, I'm going to formally ask Councillor Minson, as the mover of the motion, do you wish to be heard at this time? Councillor Minson.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, I'd like to just briefly make some comments. So I'd like to first thank the town staff for their many hours of hard work in preparing this budget. I do believe it goes widely underappreciated, the amount of work involved in preparing this, and I'm sure I don't even really appreciate half of it, so thank you. This budget represents our commitment to the community to delivery of great services and projects, and it's on their behalf. And we're aiming for it to be responsible and sustainable. I'm particularly excited by the renewed focus on asset management and utilising more internal resources to deliver on our programs. I think there's some good highlights in there, and obviously some exciting projects for us to deliver too. Well, I know the past few days have been extremely busy as we work to finalise this budget. I think we can all be confident we've given due consideration to the impacts of this budget, and we've all applied a good level of scrutiny, I believe. The process of listening to each other through the budget workshops was comprehensive, and I appreciate all the conversations we've had over the past few months. But now, ultimately, the responsibility is with elected members for us to adopt a budget for our community.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser, as the seconder of the item, do you wish to be heard?
I'd like to echo some of what Councillor Minson has said in terms of appreciation for the staff work that went into this. I know staff have estimated that about 400 hours of staff time has gone into running the 5 workshops, during which we looked at all of the evidence around different aspects of the budget, had opportunities to provide our feedback, and could discuss and ask questions. I also really appreciate the work that has gone then into collating different priorities from different elected members to bring that all together into the budget that is in front of us. I know that's not an easy task because it means balancing the priorities of staff in different members of on different parts of the organisation, priorities from elected members, and of course the feedback from the community. I also want to emphasise that there are some really great inclusions in this budget that I'm pleased to see. The inclusion of an officer who can provide support for people who are experiencing homelessness particularly stands out to me. Also an arborist who can help to look after our urban forest. And there are some things that aren't as exciting to the public necessarily, but I am really excited at the thought of some great drainage works, because nobody really notices the drainage system until it's not working, and then everybody knows about it. So I'm really pleased that this is on the table in the form that it is in. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. So now I'm going to deal with the amendments that I've been given notice of. So the first of those is an amendment that I'm proposing, the wording of which has already been circulated to elected members. And so this amendment is one that I think it's being brought up on the screen, and there's parts of it that are quite complicated to read and have them make a lot of sense, but the town staff have assisted with the formulation of the figures because they're long and detailed. But essentially the amendment I'm moving is to amend attachment 9.2.1, which is the statutory budget that's referred to in point 1 of the officer's recommendation, to achieve an average 3.5% rate increase through a 1% reduction in the operating expenditure and the deletion of $300,000 allocated from municipal funds for the low-cost urban road safety program in the Capital Works program. Will result in an amendment to the rates, figures and the associated employee costs and the materials and contracts and the associated aspects of the statutory budget. And the second part of my amendment is to amend attachment 9.2.3. So this is the Capital Works program, to delete an amount of $300,000 that has been allocated from municipal funds for the low-cost urban road safety program in the Capital Works program. And thirdly, there will be what are consequential amendments to points 2A, Roman 1, 2 and 3 of the officer's recommendation to change the cents in the dollar of the GRV and the minimum rates applicable to each of our rateable properties. I'll just briefly say what my reason is for moving this amendment before calling for a seconder. The advertised average rate increase for the town of Victoria Park of 5% should be reduced to an average rate increase of 3.5%, because firstly, a 3.5% rate increase is sufficient to cover the town's operating and capital expenditure required to deliver the town's functions. Secondly, this will encourage the town to achieve operating efficiencies in the delivery of the annual budget. Thirdly, public submissions have indicated all ratepayers continue to experience the cumulative negative effects of ongoing inflationary pressures on the economy, exacerbated by overseas armed conflict and global supply chain disruptions. And fourthly, a reduction in the rate increase recognises that those cost of living pressures impact the ability of our ratepayers to pay for town services and programs. So those are the reasons for moving my proposed amendment. Can I seek a seconder, please? So my proposed amendment is seconded by Councillor Minson. What I'm going to do is speak very briefly to the item, but with elected members' indulgence, what I'm proposing is that I'll move a procedural motion to suspend the standing orders rule against speaking twice, to allow elected members to have a more fulsome discussion, if they would like to, about this proposed amendment. So I'm just going to deal with this relatively briefly. Clearly the town advertised a proposal for a 5% rate increase over and above last year's rate increase. As a result, we received a number of community submissions, so not just one or two of them, but I think close to 30 odd of them. And the tenor of those submissions was to make clear that whilst people were not opposed to the town's proposal that there would be differential rating categories, it's often the case our community don't speak to that point. They often speak to the point that makes most impact on their lives, which is, of course, what the cost of the rates will be for them and what the rise will be from the previous year. So in terms of my proposed amendment, whilst I've participated along with other elected members in an extensive budget workshop process where we've had every aspect of the budget presented to us that was able to be presented to us, and there have been opportunities for elected members to ask questions about it, to hear the views of others, and to see many iterations and amendments made to the budget. I still remain of the view that the operating expenditure component of the budget does not require a 5% increase in order for the town to satisfactorily deliver our services, programs and projects. Now, the operating expenditure part of the budget does include things like employee costs, materials and contracts, which is, of course, where the cost of our capital works program will be funded from. It also has other components that are attached to it, but essentially the proposed reduction that I'm seeking to make is actually in two parts. So reducing it from 5% rate increase to 3.5% means I'm proposing through my amendment that 1% of the 1.5% reduction will be taken from the operating expenditure, and we will delete the $300,000 to be allocated from rates for the low-cost urban road safety program in the capital works program. So effectively that means the 1% will come from our overall operating expenditure, and our overall operating expenditure budget is more than $58 million. So this equates to approximately $580,000 will come off the operating expenditure. I haven't proposed at this stage to be directional in where those savings are found. I've proposed to do this in the way that I think is best practice governance, and that is council sets the overall budget and the parameters of the budget and leaves it to the CEO to determine how that's to be administered. So that then enables the CEO to find cost savings throughout a 12-month budget cycle wherever cost savings can be had and found in the delivery of our services, and essentially to the benefit of our ratepayers. With regards to the $300,000, for those who would be unfamiliar with it, the Main Roads Department of WA has a low-cost urban road safety program that we colloquially call the mini roundabouts program, where every year Main Roads indicates places that they would like to see roundabouts and other traffic calming measures installed. And recently, as in very recently, Main Roads have announced a $1.5 million grant to the town of Victoria Park for a raft of mini roundabouts and other traffic calming measures that they would wish to see installed in the town. Now, it's important to note that Main Roads choose the locations for those traffic interventions, not the town, but the town will be the delivery partner who will do the work. And we will obviously clearly have a period of a year to do that. What the town has determined as a result of the late notice of that Main Roads low-cost urban road safety program is that a further amount of $300,000 should be allocated from municipal funds, which is rates, to support aspects of the design and delivery of that low-cost urban road safety program. In questions that I posed today, it's quite clear to me from the answer received that at this stage the town doesn't have specific details of how the $300,000 they're proposing would actually be spent. It appears that they could be spent on a number of activities that could support the low-cost urban road safety program, but it's not specified what exactly that $300,000 would be for. So for those reasons, I consider there's a better approach to be had, and that is if the town considers that more funding is needed to support the delivery of the low-cost urban road safety program, for example, by the need to do road safety audits, the need to do associated drainage work. Once those costs are known, the town can present those matters to council at ordinary council meetings once a month or at the mid-year budget review and say, we've now done some detailed design for these various traffic calming measures and we've worked out that we need $28,000 or $50,000 or whatever it might be to support the delivery of that program, and council can consider that at the time, and I would expect council would consider that in a positive light, because that would be very detailed and very specific, and therefore to ensure that we would actually get proper expenditure rather than setting aside $300,000 now for projects that we really don't know where the need lies. So taking away $300,000 out of municipal funds in that capital line item of the capital works program equates to, in this instance, a little over the 0.5% of a rate increase. So they're the two ways that I am looking at achieving the reduction. I do know that there are some elected members who are not particularly comfortable with the rate increase being reduced from 5 down to 3.5%, which is why I propose to open up the discussion through the suspension of the standing orders to allow people to indicate whether they have some wish to discuss what might be possible. And obviously there might be some elected members who are not interested in seeing an amendment such as this go through at all. But there is a possibility of actually just voting separately on the $300,000 to the remainder of what I'm proposing. So basically putting my amendment to the vote in two parts, and that might come around as a result of the discussions. But there is some discipline to be had in financial management where we look for savings. And a number of questions that were asked by elected members, including myself during the budget workshop process, were looking to see where operational efficiencies had been sought and had been found. And at this stage, I haven't achieved a level that I'm satisfied that such operational savings have been identified in the preparation of the budget. So for this reason, I want to ensure that those community submissions are listened to by us, that we hear what our community says to us, that they are experiencing considerable financial pain, both residential and commercial, and that for those reasons, listening to that, there are some small ways that we can address it. And it's worthwhile noting that our community has limited opportunities to increase the revenue it raises. For the bulk of the people who are ratepayers in the town, that either comes from their income, whether it's as an employee or as a business owner. So when times get tough, they still end up with the same amount of money coming in and they have to spread it further. The town, of course, has the ability by statute to raise its revenue and to impose it on others. So we need to always be mindful of the fact that we are balancing our ability to deliver services with our community's ability to pay for them. And they're telling us at the moment they actually need the rate increase to be less than we're proposing it to be. So those are the reasons for moving this amendment. Councillor Minson, did you wish to speak on the amendment, or would you like me to do what I've proposed, move the procedural or motion to suspend the standing orders to let people have a speak? My inclination would be to invite you to speak as the seconder first, and then we open it up more broadly. So.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I'll briefly speak to it. Generally, yeah, supportive of the proposal to have lower rate rise for many of the reasons that you've mentioned. I do consider the proposed change to be quite modest in context. While not endorsing this approach, state and federal government agencies, including utilities with similar service delivery and asset management obligations, have repeatedly been required to find 3% annual operating expenditure savings year on year for significant lengths of time. That the feedback I've always received on those approaches has been they are worthwhile, but the consideration really needs to be given to the length of time. So acknowledging that this is a 1% target, I think is good in that context, that it's not too onerous. I personally look to the proposed percentage increases this budget is proposing from last year's actual expenditure from the preceding year. I think that's the good place to look to see how much we're actually proposing to increase the budget. So if you look at just the employee costs and the material costs together, which is the bulk of the operating budget, as we all know, so the current proposal actually has those two items increasing 8.2%. So much larger than the 5% general rate rise, and much higher than inflation is expected to be. So I think it's important that we keep in context that when we're saying a reduction of that number there by 1%, we are still going to be proposing a 7.2% increase to that operating expenditure. So it's not the 5%, it would still be at 7.2% increase. So, and in my mind, that 7.2% is, very adequate to cover inflation, what we're expecting inflation to be, clearly, and also for the additional proposed programs that we're looking at in this budget. I think the value of the approach that this amendment is taking is that we're giving the town the responsibility to find the 1% efficiency savings, and it's across the board. So I see that as the intent to be empowering for the town and the town's teams. The idea is for the town to take ownership and seek efficiencies and savings over the year broadly and across the business and over the year. So I read it and I don't see the intent of it as a deletion of whole items of work. I see it as looking for efficiencies on delivering the broad package of services that we're after for the year. So I'd like to point out as well that while we're at historic lows, national productivity gains are still around 1%. So I think that number is well aligned to the expectation that the town can seek to find 1% of efficiency savings over the year. And that's at the same time as while we're delivering that same level of service. So that's what the economy can do broadly, is find 1% every year of efficiency gains. So I don't particularly see local government as being unique in the way that we can also look to find productivity gains over the year. So I'd encourage elected members to support the amendment, and we're all of us working together over the year, I think, with the administration, that we can efficiently deliver the services that we're proposing.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. I'm going to move a procedural motion pursuant to clause 58 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law to suspend the operation of clauses 50 and 51 during debate on this motion, which is the rule against speaking twice. Is there a seconder, please, for the procedural motion? All right, that procedural motion to suspend the rule against speaking twice has been moved by me and seconded by Councillor Ingram. Is there any dissent to the procedural motion? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, so what this does mean for elected members is that, like we do at committees, this is an opportunity for people to indicate that they'd like to speak or they want to raise some issue. There's still the opportunity to ask questions and have those questions answered by staff in the way we would normally do during ordinary debate. But it is an opportunity for people to say things that they would wish to say without thinking that it's their one and only chance to say anything, because you may say one thing and it might be very short. You might hear things that are said by others and it might lead you to want to ask questions and then say more. So not intended to be a never-ending story. We won't be still doing this in 5 hours' time. I don't expect the discussion will take anything remotely like that, but it is an opportunity for people to say if they've got things that they would like to know or understand before casting their vote. This is that opportunity. Is there anyone who would like to ask any questions or make any statements or even raise any things for us to consider? Councillor Cruiser.
Would this amendment have any impact on the delivery of the Gascoyne Street footpath?
So I'm going to ask Mr. CEO for a start, because I think this speaks to a much broader issue from the town, and given that it is your responsibility to deliver the budget At this point in time, a question's been asked about a very specific item in the Capital Works program. So are you in a position to say that a reduction in rates as is proposed by the amendment would mean that the program for Gascoigne Street in the Capital Works program would not be able to proceed? Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. I think in short the answer is no. The administration, based on the outcomes of decisions made tonight by Council, would then go away and look at the resolution in its entirety and in its context, and would look at all operating expenditure opportunities.
All right, thank you. If I might actually ask the Chief Operations Officer, given that I assume Mr. CEO will be asking each of the directors to have a look at their own particular budgets. With the Capital Works program, is there anything that you can say, given that we clearly have members of the public who came tonight to ask about that particular project, that actually would assist in understanding if there was to be a reduction in the operating expenditure to seek the town to seek savings? How is that something that you look at and prioritise before coming to a decision that a particular project in its entirety may have to be deferred or removed versus simply working out whether or not such savings are accommodated for other reasons and across the board? Ms. Lebickas?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon, for the question. Typically in an operations space, you try and identify levers that you can pull to reduce your cost base. So it could be that we can, and I guess the challenge that we've got in the operations space is that we need to achieve savings without compromising on the level of service that we offer to the community. And so I would typically look for new initiatives or new things that we are proposing to introduce, and I would look for things that we can actually still deliver the intent or the level of service that we believe is required. So if we can, it may be that historically we have been leaning into a contractor to do this work and we wanted to insource a piece of work, we would lean into the contractor for a bit longer whilst we get the individual in or one of those things.
All right, so is it fair to say from what you've said that the town, in the case of your particular portfolio, can look at procurement? So who does the work, what type of products and that are used? So particular products used for road base, one versus another, looking for savings in that regard and looking for innovations in techniques. Are those some of the things that can be done in the course of a year for your portfolio to look for operational savings?
A number of our operational contracts are already in flight. So you will have already contractual arrangements, say, with our asphalting companies, our traffic management companies, our concreting. So the rates that we've got now in most of the contracts have a CPI built in on an annual basis. So it's only if we were contracting out brand new pieces of work and wanted to deliver it differently.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cruiser, you have other questions?
Yes, could staff, I realise that elected members have had answers to this, but just for the benefit of the public, could staff tell us what would be required to be cut in order from our planned delivery of projects and services in order to effectively meet the requirements of this amendment?
Mr. CEO?
I think, Mayor Vernon, my response will initially be that, as per previously provided, the administration will need to look at where those savings can come from across the entirety of the operational budget. Whilst there are lots of opportunities within that budget, we haven't made definitive decisions at this time.
Anything further, Councillor Cruiser?
Would staff usually be looking for innovative ways to save costs in projects were this amendment not to go forward?
Mr. CEO?
Short answer is yes, always.
Are there any other questions that people have for staff that they would like to ask? Deputy Mayor Miles?
I was just trying to find the email because I think there was an email. So with the $300,000, that is, I can barely read this and my reading glasses make it worse. The $300,000, thank you, at the top, kick up, no, yeah, that one. Yeah, so the $300,000 is being deleted, but I feel like in this email somewhere there was a list of costs that might still be incurred by the project. And if there are other costs, would they then be required to come out of the reserve? How would any costs not funded by the grant be funded, if that makes sense?
So Deputy Mayor Miles, are you asking about the 300,000, which we've been told will be for the low-cost urban road safety program? Are you asking how the things that make up that would be funded if this is deleted?
No, I
or-
feel like there was an email. I don't think I dreamt it. I feel like there was an email saying that there were things that aren't covered by the grant money, like drainage and possibly lighting. And
Yes,
I swear
that
this is
came-
a real thing that happened.
That it came from Mr. Old, our Chief Financial Officer, and we'll just give him a moment to find it because I'm sure he knows what you're referring to. Mr. Old, I think you know the email where you referred to the many things that could be involved.
The email list, which I haven't found, but the description of what was in the email is actually in the agenda item for easy reference, so under further considerations. Do you wish me to go through those dot points? Would that assist?
What page is it in there?
It's in the further consideration, so after the last paragraph. My page numbers are not here. So further consideration, it's in the first response.
I think it's
or
page
first paragraph.
27.
27?
Thank you.
Is that
Sorry.
right? That item
Halfway down.
13.3 low cost is now in. This is the beginning of the first paragraph of the further consideration, which is at least on Docs on Tap, Deputy Mayor Miles, it's showing on my computer as page 27 of 33. Does that help? And in the second paragraph, it says, as described in the report submitted, and then there are 5 dot points: road safety audits, relocation of services, landscaping where appropriate, lighting and restoration of footpaths.
And then underneath it says they do not have any other funds designated. So that hasn't changed. So at the moment, if there are other funds, we would have to take, this is a question, take it out of reserves or come back to council, or you would just take it out of reserve? Yeah, so if there are other costs, then what happens next after the budget's passed?
Mr. Old.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not across the intricacies of this. I'm not an engineer, so bear with me. So my understanding, as with most grants, there are terms of the grant. If they're outside the terms of the grant and we are required or on a particular site it is perhaps ideal to perhaps add landscaping, we would need to source the funds from somewhere else. Depending on the nature of what it is, for example, if it's drainage and it's substantive, we possibly could do the drainage reserve. Given my understanding, and my colleague correct me if I'm wrong, these are probably relatively low value costs or ancillary costs that we expect. So if we get quotes or costings for the 15 or so sites and it comes back that we need to do quite a substantive amount of drainage or relocate 5 lights or something, I anticipate we have to come back for a budget amendment. And at that point in time, depending on the nature of it, most of these appear to not be able to use a reserve, but I'm speculative as to what the cost may be. We would have to either find savings in another project, or perhaps if there's been other savings in operations or something, we have to make a reallocation at that point in time.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor Miles? All right, thank you. Anybody else got any questions for the staff? in relation to this proposed amendment? I will ask a question of the CEO. I think this is just for putting it beyond doubt. With the wording of the proposed amendment, Mr. CEO, are you comfortable that what is proposed allows you the greatest amount of flexibility for where you can find the 1% reduction in the operating expenditure in the course of the 12 months of the financial year in order to achieve what is proposed by the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. Yes, as it is written, yes, that gives us the most opportunity to look at all opportunities in operating expenditure.
All right, I have another question. Elected members did receive an email earlier today in answers to some questions that actually asked what had to be cut, and I note your previous answer that you gave a short time ago. One of the items that was referred to was things like the proposed arborist position, which is actually spoken of in the officer's report and was presented as a positive case to councillors during the budget workshops. Something like that, which has the capacity to enhance the operating efficiencies of the town across the board. What assurance would council have that if you were looking for savings in the operating expenditure of 1% throughout the year, that something as significant as a new arborist position would not be something that you would look at focusing on to find those efficiencies? Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. I think, in short, we would consider all of the impacts and implications of any decision we make to reduce a budget, including people budgets. I think perhaps the email and the previous suggestion was in relation to something that was new and additional, and that's perhaps why it was initially suggested. But again, it was a suggestion only. I think the thorough work that needs to be done in terms of where to make relevant savings will come once we've had, as I say, that full opportunity to consider all of the implications of any reduction in any budget line.
Thank you. My next question is for the CFO. So when we do the mid-year budget review, which typically at Vic Park ends up falling into the month of March, occasionally in February, but at that point in time, when we are literally a bit over halfway through the financial year, if the town has identified savings in operating expenditure in the first part of the financial year leading up to the mid-year budget review, is it common practice for the town to then consider that projects they've identified that are not perhaps going to go ahead or savings that they've located might end up being something that is then put into the mid-year budget review that sees adjustments in the budget, funds going into reserves for projects that clearly aren't going to be completed by 30 June and the like? Is that something where identification of savings ends up being dealt with in part by mid-year budget review and then ultimately by the closeout at the end of the budget year?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess it's challenging to speculate on a budget not yet passed. So the mid-year review has a couple of functions. So there's anything that has happened in the 6 months, or roughly 6 months, that has transpired that perhaps we didn't expect. So we adjust for that, whether it's external grant funding for capital works or perhaps we earn more revenue or significant less revenue in a particular area. The savings through normal operational budget lines, it does depend on the nature. If it's a contractual amount, so for example, waste I think is one of our biggest contracts, that's unlikely. It could be a timing issue around the invoice we get. It may be that a particular program is not going ahead. If there's a definitive decision to not do X, Y, or Z, yes, that is probably a target for we could reallocate that or put that to reserve. However, I guess the budget presented is assuming we're going to be doing all of those programs and requests that we have put forward. So that's a very general answer because it's a bit hard to foresee what will happen in the next 6 or 8 months.
All right, thank you. I have one final question. It's about our anticipated revenues that are set out in the proposed budget for this year. Are you able to let us know how much money it's expected the town will receive in the 26-27 budgeted year from Catalina Regional Council land sales? Mr. CFO? Or is that a question that perhaps one of the finance team might be able to assist with?
Our understanding, it's $3.75 million.
And so that's expected to be received in the 26-27 financial year. And can the town tell us how much we've received to 30 June 2026 from Catalina?
I may have to just look at the team on that one. I don't
Ms.
know offhand.
McIntosh, is that one you can help us with?
Thanks, Mayor. We received about $5.8 million so far, but those income is straight to the reserve.
So I think, that Mr. CFO, does that go into is that the future fund where that goes? I think we have a resolution of council about that from a long time ago about where the Catalina money goes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that is correct. That's been my understanding, that there is a long-standing resolution, albeit I have not personally cited that, and that's where those funds go.
All right, thank you. Thanks. Those were the questions that I wanted to have asked. So I'll just finally ask, has anyone got any other questions before I ask if any elected members want to make any statements or raise any things? Not seeing any indication of other questions. Is there anyone who wants to say anything about what they think with regards to the proposed amendment? Councillor Cruiser.
I will be voting against this amendment, in part because this has only come through 2 business days ago. We have spent 5 months, countless hours working on the budget. We've had time to ask questions, to talk about it. As we've heard tonight, this might involve cutting positions, this might involve not delivering projects, but we don't actually know what that will look like at the moment, because staff are not able to tell us what they will have to do in order to meet these savings. I think it is very reasonable to ask our staff to look for efficiencies and ways to make innovative savings, but I would assume that they have been doing that anyway, and that when they put forward their budgets throughout the budget workshop process, they are telling us the best that they can do. They are already telling us what they can achieve using efficiency and innovation. And so if we say, but really we want you to try harder, I think that ultimately what we are probably going to get is less good project and delivery. And I think it's really important that we look at what this will actually mean for ratepayers and residents. For people at the highest rated residential property rating level, this amendment would save them about $88 across a year. For people at around the median level for residential property, this would save about less than $30 in a year. Yes, we are having a cost of living issue, but $30 over the course of a year is probably not going to make a huge difference for people. For non-residential ratings categories, at the top level, this amendment would save non-residential property owners over $80,000. So that would mean the town is foregoing over $80,000 from people who own non-residential property at the highest rated level. Is it really worth saving those commercial property owners that amount of money, foregoing that amount of money in rates in order to achieve some cuts that we hopefully would achieve anyway? I think the other thing that we really have to remember is firstly to think about what it's like working as staff for an organisation that is continually demanding cuts and efficiencies. I know I have worked for organisations like that, and there hits a point where you just can't do any more. That is putting a lot of pressure on our staff. It is potentially adding to staff turnover. That does not help with the delivery of programs. I think many people in this room, myself included, have also been on the receiving end of government services that could continue to be cut and cut and cut again and told to be more and more efficient. That is not a good experience for users. It's not a good experience for residents. I know that many residents would love, particularly those who own the most expensive residential properties, would love to be told, okay, we'll save you $80 over the course of a year. What they will not love is noticing all of the small ways that might play out when it comes to delivery of services. I know we get emails from people saying, why are the paths not being swept? Why is the footpath not being mended? Why are there not enough rangers to patrol around my kid's school? Why did it take so long for the development application to go through? Residents notice all of those little cuts and they really matter to them. I think that it's really important that we understand the impacts of any changes we make to this budget that we have been working on for the last 5 months before we vote for them, because that has an impact on residents' lives every single day. And I think that that impact is probably going to be worth more to them than, on average, around $30 over the course of the year. So I'd really urge you to vote for the budget as we framed it and put it together over the course of 5 months. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crozer. Whilst we weren't formally speaking on the item, because suspension of the standing orders is about just sharing thoughts, is there anyone else who wants to share any thoughts on the proposed amendment? Councillor Ingram.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I think there's something important that elected members should be really taking in with regards to this measure. It may appear to be a bit of a blunt tool, but from my understanding, the imperative of this request is to ask for those cost efficiencies to be prioritised and to be found within the organisation. It's looking to set an organisational tone for how we want to deliver the services that we already do. Now, at the beginning and the outset of the budget process, we focused on a back to basics principle. We focused on funding the fundamentals. But one of the things that I said offhand was that we want to make sure what we do well. Part of that is making sure that where there is potential cost efficiencies and savings to be found, there is an imperative that we actually realise them, rather than just merely passing it through onto the reserve accounts. Now, this is not an onerous request. This is a 1% reduction. It may create challenges. I, however, believe that this organisation and the excellent staff that make up this organisation will be able to rise to that challenge in this circumstance. So I would strongly suggest people really consider whether or not this is to be supported or not. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Anyone else who wants to say anything in relation to it? Councillor Anderson. Yep.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I would like to speak in favour of the amendment, in that I will be supporting it. And, I've listened to what has been discussed in regards to, to the community as well, in regards to cost of living pressures. And it's really important that we do look for efficiencies. And what I like is that in looking for efficiencies, we're asking the staff to do that and for them to guide and look at the organisation in that way, and where the efficiencies should come from. I just also, I sent an email to elected members, and I apologise for not including the Chief Financial Officer before the meeting, but it was in regards to, because I sit on Catalina, and I wanted elected members to know, as we're coming into the debate tonight, to have an understanding of the funds that are coming through. So, and obviously the funds we received in June were 2.9 million, which is obviously the last financial year. But this year in December, it will be 3.3, and in June, it will be 3.3 million. So these are significant funds. And yes, I agree with what's been said in regards to this reserve. It has been, well, it was established a really long time ago. And so in this instance, when we're looking at 1% of our rates, which is around 580,000, but we will be bringing in around 6 million, I think that might tell us that it might be time to review the parameters, maybe at a concept forum for elected members, and to really look at our reserves, some that have existed for a really long time, and how they can be more modernised for what we require today in regards to operations. So, they're just my thoughts on supporting this and supporting the amendment. That's it. Thanks.
Sorry, thanks, Councillor Anderson. I've just asked the Manager of Governance to have a look at the proposal with regards to potentially putting the two aspects of my reduction potentially to elected members separately for voting, because you remember, although I didn't read out all of the long words of the amendment because it is very wordy, the first part of it says how the 1.5% is to be achieved. And later on, one of the separate parts is about deleting the 300,000 out of the CapWorks program. So it's an opportunity to put what I'm proposing separately to people so they've got a chance to vote on it if they feel differently about one aspect of it to the other. But I'm kind of looking to be guided by you. If you'd like the opportunity to do that, then please let me know. If you don't want the opportunity to vote on it separately, you can say, yep, not interested in voting on it separately, and it all gets voted on together. So I am looking to elected members to see if you've got any views about this. If you haven't, I'll probably be the one making the decision about that. So this is a chance. You only need to indicate that you wish to say something and I can go to you. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, Mayor Vernon, I would be happy to vote on them separately, to give the elected members an opportunity to, to discuss each one and vote separately.
All right, thank you. Anyone got a different, a wildly different view that it shouldn't be something that you've got a chance to vote on potentially separately? No, not really seeing that. All right, well, so that probably indicates it. Is there someone who wants to say they're perhaps not comfortable with the proposal that it's a total of 1.5 and they're looking to say, is there willingness to discuss something else? It's just an opportunity for you, because if you're not, you don't have to say anything. That's absolutely fine. I'm thinking it's not looking like anyone else wishes to say anything, so I'll probably move to take us back out of standing orders being suspended. Deputy Mayor Miles?
I'd like to speak. I thought we were talking about the how we would like to vote, but are you still wanting people to talk about their preferences for this? Or?
Well, I'm looking to see if anyone wants to say anything, because if nobody does, we'll finish the suspension of the standing orders and we'll go back to the standing orders, and then people will simply vote accordingly, or if they want to make a formal statement, they can. But if you wanted to say something about how you thought about the proposal that I would split up the issues of the 1.5 into voting on the 1% versus voting on the 0.5%, which comes from the 300,000. Councillor Anderson's just indicated she'd be happy to see that dealt with separately. I'm looking to be guided if elected members want these options. If you don't want the options, just say you don't want those options. You're good to move on.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have a particular preference either way with that. I'm just, so when we go back to the regular meeting procedures, so the people who've already spoken will get to speak again, or?
That's right, because we've had suspension of the standing orders, which is why per se it wasn't the opportunity to formally make a statement if you wanted to. It was a chance to say, look, I have a concern about this, or I'm interested in this, and then it's how we can collaboratively guide our discussions.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to speak, I think. I guess I just had some kind of thoughts that some of the other elected members said, like Councillor Ingram talked about organisational tone, which is a really good point. I think changing the rate, like reducing the advertised rate by 30% 2 business days before a meeting to adopt a budget does not set a good organisational tone. So for me, kind of for the same, I guess I have an opposite approach to you for that. I feel like we had, I think everyone was there. We had 5 meetings over 5 months and we listened to everyone. I sat in the Capital Works meeting and we cut so many things. We have so many buildings that are in need of repairs, in need of fixing. We have so many projects that we had to put aside that people really need. And I feel like we spent so much time in those meetings trying to be efficient, trying to reduce things, trying to cut everything, trying to squish it. And for me, there's been no new information that's come since we advertised the rate. And so for us to suddenly sort of announce that we're going to try and squish the rate some more, I just can't quite understand where that's come from. Like, I think it's really important to look for efficiencies, which is why I thought we'd spent the last 5 months looking for efficiencies. And like I agree with Councillor Anderson, I would love to look at the reserves. I think there's a real opportunity there, but I feel like we should be making this budget decision based on what we know now, and then we obviously haven't got time right now to look at the reserves. So yes, we definitely need to do that, but I want to make decisions based on what I know, and I feel very uncomfortable about the fact that we're reducing spending for some things, but we're not quite sure what and how that would look, and just knowing how much we've already cut out of the budget, I'm just not comfortable cutting more. And, you know, I'd love to give everyone a 58-cent rate reduction every week, but for me, it's not worth it to put that kind of pressure onto the cost to our staff, our projects and our services. I think is far higher than saving households 58 cents a week is kind of my thought. So really, I want to go with what we advertised, what we agreed on, what we spent 5 months collaboratively working on. That's kind of my, I guess, position at the moment.
Thanks, Councillor Miles. Anyone else who want to say anything? Not necessarily to speak on the item, but anyone want to say anything? Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just reflecting on some of what Deputy Mayor Miles has just said, I think there's been a miscommunication in understanding what I meant by organisational tone. The ambition would be that something like this initiative would signal to the organisation that there is an imperative and that council really wants to make sure that we are tightening our belts with this cost of living increase. The notion that a saving because it is small should not be looked at and evaluated on its merits is a bit of an absurd one, in my view, because it's about the only reasonable thing that us as elected members have the ability to affect that is going to affect people's day-to-day pockets and costs and budgeting for the next 12 months. Apart from affecting the rates increase or proposed rates increase, and then obviously addressing fees and charges, there's not much else that local government can really do. So if this is the moment to attempt to actually put our money where our mouth is and try and help the local community and the people that make up this wonderful town by trying to ensure that as much of their money remains in their pockets, and I think it's imperative we seriously consider it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Look, I'm probably now going to move the motion that we reinstate the standing orders so that we can bring the discussion on this amendment to a conclusion. So I think I'm simply moving a procedural motion that we end the suspension of the standing orders. Is there a seconder for that procedural motion? Councillor Minson, you're indicating you'll second that procedural motion. I think that might help the minute taker. Thank you. Is there any dissent to reinstating the standing orders? No. There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're at the stage where is there anyone else who wishes to formally speak? Otherwise, I'm going to close the debate on the amendment. Noting that if you are wanting to speak, although we had suspension of the standing orders, I should encourage you not to simply repeat everything that you've already just said. It would be nice if you confine it to only something additional that you didn't get a chance to say before. So is there anyone now who formally wishes to speak? I'm going to do it in order of the fact that before we suspended, Councillor Cruiser had spoken against. So I'm going to ask, is there anyone who wants to speak now in favour of the amendment? Noting that what you said during the suspended time isn't counted for this. This is your chance if you want to speak in favour of the amendment. Then I'll call for anyone who wants to speak against, and then we'll get to the point where we close the debate on the amendment. So is there anyone who wishes to speak formally now in favour of the amendment? Anyone who wants to speak against? Councillor Cruiser, noting that you have formally spoken for the item.
I was wondering if there's a chance for me to ask one more question to the staff.
Yep, sure, absolutely. There's always a chance to ask questions before debate closes. Councillor Gordon Manley.
Thank you. For me, I'm conscious of the fuel crisis and the fact that we are expecting to see potentially the fuel prices consistently go up. With a lot of our delivery being around road renewal, I guess I'm looking for clarity on how much the chances that the fuel price increasing will have a significant impact on budget.
Ms Labicus.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Thank you, Councillor. Already with the fuel crisis, we're getting a number of our contractors, so it's not just the road contractors, it's actually our waste contractors, it's our mowing contractors. Everybody is actually starting to come to us to ask for variations in their contracts over and above CPI because of trying to levy fuel levies and other things. And that becomes quite tricky because we need to strike if this happens and if it goes above this, then this is what happens because of, trying to get that price sensitivity for our community.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Gordon Manley.
With that remark, I probably would like to make a concluding remark against the proposal. With us currently not knowing where those funds will come from, I know that fuel is over 12%, consisting a large portion of CPI. We're putting ourselves in a position where we don't know what we're going to have to utilise and how that's going to impact our community at this stage. Obviously, international events are something we can't really prepare for, but I think at this late stage, after the 5 months of negotiations or conversations, it wouldn't be a great move to be taking away further money from a budget.
Thanks, Councillor Gordon Manley. Is there anyone left who want to speak on the amendment? No. In that case, Councillor Cruiser.
Thank you. I have spoken on the budget, but not on the amendment formally. I did just want to note the contradiction in saying that, on the one hand, our staff are amazing and when put under pressure can find savings. Probably true. But on the other hand, perhaps we don't fully take at face value the costings that they've already given us for the budget. So either our staff are excellent and they have provided us with excellent information through the budget process, and therefore we're at the best state, but I don't think our staff magically become more excellent when we put them under tighter pressure through an amendment like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. There being no one else who wishes to speak, I'll close the debate. Some of the significant things that I've heard in relation to the amendment are that it's so-called late notice. Well, the meeting procedures, local law and governance for local government allows elected members to make any amendment they wish to make to an item right up until the moment the matter is presented for debate and for voting on. We have been discussing the budget over a number of months. I'm not certain that I agree that all of the time we've spent in budget workshops has been looking for efficiencies. A draft budget is presented to us in sections as we go through those workshops. Certainly the case that in relation to the Capital Works program, we were shown a Capital Works program and requested to look through that and put our own individual positions forward on what matters to retain, what matters to defer, and what matters we would like to see deleted. That did result in some of the things that were on that original list are being reduced on the basis that it was likely, given the size of the carry forwards, that we wouldn't be in a position to sustain a particularly high level of capital works. However, since there is a further amendment that's being planned with regards to the capital works, I won't speak about that further at this stage. It's also been said that we're making a decision based on something that we don't know. Frankly, I think this misunderstands and overlooks the nature of seeking operating efficiencies through savings. So a 5% rate increase, and I am just talking about the rate increase, which is obviously where we get the significant portion of the town's revenue from, because we don't have other independent revenue generators, although I accept Councillor Anderson, Catalina Regional Council proving to be one of those at the moment. The fact is, year on year where rates increase, and the town has had both some low rate increases and also medium ones and high ones. One of those high ones was only 2 years ago in 2024 when rates were adopted by council to increase at 8%. Every year, the rate increases compound upon each other, and I'm not proposing to remove a rate increase. What's being proposed effectively by me is going to see us still continuing to pass on a rate increase to our community, and some people would say that no rate increases should be passed on. I don't take a view that every year you should adopt the exact same position with regards to your rates. Rates should be looked upon year as to what is going on in the world as well as what is going on internally. But I think as a fundamental provision of good management, organisations as large as this one should always be looking for operational savings and efficiencies to be had. And so, as Councillor Minson rightly pointed out, this is a relatively modest operational saving. $580,000 off a $58 million operating budget expenditure is literally almost nominal across the top. It has, of course, been said, and some has been made of this, about what it might actually translate to. Those figures about what it might mean for particular average ratepayers is just that. It's a prediction, but rates swing quite differently from one ratepayer to the other depending on what the GRV of the particular property is. And so for some people, their rates will increase way more than what is being forecast at 5%, let alone what might be the reduced rate if the amendment were to be successful. So we have a lot of ratepayers who are actually going to be experiencing quite considerably more than the advertised rate increase. And what they choose to do with their money that they get from any savings we can pass on to them is a matter for them. It's not for us to trivialise what that amount might be in their pocket or what it might mean to them. And as for our non-residential ratepayers, they are commercial ratepayers who run businesses that are incredibly important to our local economy, and they bring in money to this place. They bring in visitors to our hometown, and as a result, they too are looking for whatever savings they can get in pretty tough operating times for businesses. So I consider that the idea that we've had no new information given to us since we advertised rates is not correct. The new information we got were the public submissions when we advertised rates. We did not know what our community would say until they said it. And they've said it consistently. And they've said it in their submissions. They would rather that we find more savings. They have said that they do want us to continue to deliver good services. And I firmly believe we will continue to do that as we always have with this amendment. So that's my conclusion of the debate on the amendment. I am going to put the matter separately to allow people to vote separately on the question of a 1% reduction and separately on the question of deletion of the $300,000 from the low-cost urban road safety program. So I think I've passed it on to the Manager of Governance, and he's had a look at this and indicates that we can do it. So I think it's going to be, I think, asking you to vote on the first part of the amendment, which is amending the statutory budget overall, and then putting to you with regards to voting on the second part of my amendment, which is to amend the capital works program to take out the $300,000. So, technology issues? Yeah. Okay, all right. We've got some technology issues just for a moment. Hopefully it will come up on the screen in a minute. Okay, so due to small both technology glitches, but also just to make sure that we have this firmly, and we've taken something out that perhaps we shouldn't have, I'm being requested to propose a very short adjournment to allow that to be fixed. So I'm going to propose that we adjourn for 5 minutes to allow this to be sorted out on the screen. Can I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Anderson, thank you for seconding. Can I ask, is there any dissent to the proposal for the 5-minute adjournment? No dissent. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So we will be suspending the live streaming for 5 minutes. To those who are in the public gallery, we're taking a couple of minutes to sort out some logistics, and then we're going to come back to you. Hello, everyone. We're back. Sorry to those who are joining us on live streaming about the delay. There were lots of discussions, not just about technology, but mostly around governance with regards to the presentation of the proposed amendment and whether or not the voting on that could be split. And after much discussion about the many ways it could be done, I think I've worn myself out looking at how to split the mustard. So I'm just going to put the amendment as it's been presented, confirming, if I can, with Mr. CFO, that the figures in that are correct to reflect a 3.5% overall rate increase, meaning in total a 1.5-ish% reduction from the 5% advertised.
Thank you, Mayor. So just confirming what's on the screen was what I gave advice for you this morning.
That's
looking
right.
at the budget team for the thumbs up.
Perfect. That's what I want to know. So, all right, on that basis, we're now going to go to the vote on the amendment, please. And I have a feeling that my computer may still not be letting me vote electronically. So I'll be voting, please, in favour of the amendment. Councillor Anderson, we're waiting for your vote to come in, so might just be a glitch. That's okay. You can advise us verbally if you want to how to cast your vote on the amendment. All right, so Councillor Anderson's indicated voting for. So there are 4 votes in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Ingram and Councillor Minson. There are 4 votes against, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Gordon-Manley and Councillor Cruiser. So it's a tied vote, so you need a simple majority, Mr Douglas, for an amendment, which means in the case of for all, the presiding member casts the casting vote. So I cast the casting vote in favour of the amendment and declare the amendment is carried. All right, so that concludes this amendment. Now, Councillor Minson, you've indicated that you've got an amendment that you wish to put forward.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I've sent it around to everyone. Similarly, it's quite a long amendment with a lot of detail in it.
We've got it up on the screen now. Maybe can we blow it up a little bit, please? And yes, it's a long one.
Would you mind if I just paraphrase it?
Yep, you can paraphrase it and say you're moving the amendment as presented, but paraphrase the high notes.
Yep, so I'll move it as presented on the screen. So really the gist of it is to amend attachment 9.2.1, which is the budget, with changes to the statement of cash flows, the statement of financial activity, which increases proposed capital works program, split between infrastructure and property, plant and equipment. It will do this by funding the projects from the reserves accounts. So pretty much the gist of that amendment does that. If you go to the second part of the amendment, it lists the projects to be included, and maybe I'll just read those out quickly, but it's split between roads, parks, plant and machinery. So there's 4 additional road renewals projects, all being funded out of the road renewals reserve. There are 5 park renewals, play equipment, fencing, bollards, that type of exciting stuff, and that's all been funded out of the parks renewals. And plant and machinery, there is 1 piece of plant to be funded out of the plant and machinery reserve.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Minson. So now going to call for a seconder for your amendment.
Excuse me, Mayor. Should I read my reason as
well? Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. Sorry, my mistake. I'm looking at all those figures up there. Yes, please, if you'd like to read out your amendment.
Thank you. It is to ensure that the Town of Victoria Park's assets are managed sustainably through the delivery of an appropriate renewals program. The current proposed renewals budget of approximately $4.1 million is not considered adequate to cover the sustainable and proactive renewal of the town's asset base. An additional $2.6 million of renewal projects is proposed based on the town's priority assessment. The delivery of the additional renewal projects will ensure the community better retains their current level of service and will reduce costs over the long term by minimising reactive maintenance and failures.
All right, thank you. So we'll now go to calling for a seconder for your proposed amendment. I'm happy to second that amendment. Sorry, I'm still not able to actually do electronic voting for some reason. So, Councillor Minson, on that basis, your amendment has been seconded. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Matt. So the town has a large asset base which requires routine renewal for it to remain in good condition for our community to use and enjoy. This amendment aims to increase our renewal spending for the coming year towards a level which is deemed more sustainable. Renewals are not something which can be deferred without cost. Assets will eventually need to be replaced, and the most cost-effective way to do that is proactively. The cost of construction has gone up considerably over the past few years. A capital spend which was appropriate 5 to 10 years ago is now not enough. Each road renewal project costs, for example, twice as much as it used to do. So our renewals budget needs to increase proportionally. The current proposed $4 million renewals spend is what I think is severely under what is required to service our large asset base. If you roughly use asset depreciation as a guide on what we should be aiming to spend on renewals, we should be targeting about $13 million worth of renewals. So this amendment, I still don't think that this gets us to the level we're required. I still think it is an underspend on renewals, but it's a move in the right direction. I'm confident we are moving towards a mature asset management program to address this underspend. However, in the short term, we should be renewing assets which we know are in poor condition so that we don't fall further behind in the years ahead. The proposed list of additional renewal projects has been provided by the town and represents what they consider are the next priorities, but which currently are unfunded. So to be clear, I have no particular preference on the types of projects, other than that these are what has been deemed to be the next priority based on condition. The financing of these projects is proposed to be from reserves, all of which are dedicated for renewals. This amendment won't have any impacts to any of the budget items or the rates proposed in the budget. I'd also like to note that the reserves, as they stand, are increasing this year, and even after this amendment, with the additional funding out of reserves, the reserves will still be increasing. So we're still actually in a position where our reserves are growing even with this amendment. So it is quite financially conservative. I appreciate the town's concerns around the capacity for us to deliver this additional work. However, I do believe the proposed project scopes are not too complex and can be confidently delivered with the current resources. I am encouraged that the town is making improvements in how we deliver projects and also how we efficiently prioritise renewal works, and I'm particularly happy with the proposal to employ a dedicated asset manager. I'd like to acknowledge that the capital delivery team will need to deliver these renewal works alongside other programs, such as the review to the project management framework. So I do acknowledge that it is going to be a busy time for them in this coming year, but I am confident that we can continue on with a sustainable renewals program alongside that. Our long-term planning is demonstrating that we will need to lift our capital expenditure and hold it there into the future if we are to maintain our assets sustainably. So it is in our long-term plan to move in this direction. The town has historically delivered over $20 million of capital works in the past, so we should feel confident that we can do it again. But there is, of course, risk that we do not deliver all our proposed capital works and that we again have a carry-forwards program. I don't see that risk as too big. I think that's just the standard kind of way that we need to operate. But I think we should be focusing on improving our capital delivery capacity. And we've got to acknowledge that some projects take multiple years to complete. So it's just inherent that we'll have a carry forwards program. It's not something to be extremely shied away from. It's just the nature of doing yearly budgets and having a large capital program. So I don't think having that goal should deter us from aiming to achieve a sustainable renewals program. To me, this is what is at the core of our budget themes of getting back to basics and sustainably funding the fundamentals. So I encourage support from my fellow elected members for this amendment to ensure we keep up with our obligations to maintain good assets for our community to utilise and enjoy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. As the seconder for the amendment, look, I will support it. If I went from the bottom up, I love the idea that we'll buy a sweeper, which I think we need. And I feel like the acquisition of the sweeper is probably one of the easiest things on that list that we could actually do. I feel like that it's a procurement issue, but it's going to address some of those things that we heard in community feedback. People want us to be sweeping the streets and keeping them clean, and we can't do that all by manual labour. So I feel comfortable about that. With regards to the parks, I look at that and I see that we do have some relatively straightforward procurement there of play equipment that will be proposed for the spaces we have. And I feel like each year it is important to our community that we try to keep our parks updated, because particularly children's play equipment is something that I think members of the community really value, seeing something that is new and up to date and fit for purpose in their area. And having recently had people in my own area reach out about the length of time it's been since the play equipment on my local park was replaced, I feel like those are projects that can be accommodated. I think my understanding from the town's caution is around the road renewals program, and that this may cause potentially more concerns around capacity, but noting that the budget proposes we agree to a new asset manager who I think will be definitely a bonus for the town to see its asset management in that way as something that it's not just to be added onto another substantive person's position, but that it actually gets its own focus, will be a really important start. And I imagine such a person will bring some great reflections on how we can best manage our asset renewals. I do share Councillor Minson's concern, and have done for some time, that we may be underinvesting in our asset renewals. And that worries me, that at some point in time we'll be told that underspending on asset renewals is coming back to hit us head on with future discussions. So I would want to see us make every endeavour to see as much as we could achieve some more. I know when we went through the capital works program as part of the budget workshops, there was pressure to reduce that down to a lower level than I think I've seen it in a long time. And I know we were all given the task of seeing what we could do, and I myself found it almost impossible to get it near where the target was. I think by the time I finished and submitted my my worksheet, I was still well above where it was expected that we would want to be. So actually ending up in a position where we might have a significant underspend will only compound itself year on year. So if there are some things that are more straightforward, asset renewals in terms of the town is well skilled at upgrading playgrounds, at replacing plant and equipment, and designing roads, then I think for renewal purposes, then I think there's merit to be had in that. So for that reason, I would support it. And I think I take on board Councillor Minson's point. The reserves are quite healthy, possibly boosted, as Councillor Anderson said, by some better than expected returns in recent years from Catalina Regional Council, and expected to continue into next year, means that the reserves will continue to grow. And obviously it's a good interest environment at the moment for our reserves. So I think those things mean that we're able to fund from within. So for that reason, I support the amendment. Is there anyone who is opposed to the amendment who would like to now speak? Councillor Cruiser.
I actually have several questions first, given that
Sure.
we only recently received this. My first question to the staff is, particularly given the previous amendment, does this seem like an achievable expansion of our capital works program for the coming financial year?
Refer that to the Chief Operations Officer, Ms Lebicus.
I have big concerns around the way that we would need to deliver this program. So whilst I acknowledge that on the surface the playgrounds, for example, appear to be a simple process, I guess the process step that we have been missing is actually asking the community about how they want to use it, what do they want for the future, what's the profile of kids that want to use the playground and other things. And I guess that's why we were seeking to have a design first step to allow us to ask those questions of the community. A lot of the playgrounds are long lead time items and that sort of stuff as well. And I guess this doesn't give us that nice break to get ready to deliver more aggressively in subsequent years. So I don't know that the OPEX reduction themselves has an impact, because of depending on where we take the staff and the materials and contract. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Councillor Cruiser.
Have these roads already been evaluated for their importance to our active transport network?
Mr Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Thanks for the question, Councillor Crozer. No, these roads have not been considered against design criteria in the integrated transport strategy. There's a process that we would need to follow. These have been listed for the sake of a straight renewal, so a replacement like for like.
Looking at Langler Street, which I'm quite familiar with, I see that this is quite close to Carson Street School. It's quite close to the new Elizabeth Bailey area. It's quite close to Ursula Frayne school routes, and quite close to Millen school routes. Would attempting to deliver this road resurfacing project allow for time to design in pedestrian improvements and active transport improvements?
Mr Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon, and thanks for the question, Councillor Crozer. I'll answer this, but the COO may have something to add as well. Typically, the town has not done well when it's tried to design and construct with these types of projects. So rather than just a straight renewal where we've sought to make a change to the geometry of the road and the condition of the street through a design process and then construct in the same year, there has been times where that has resulted in under delivery and a carry forward. We are in the process of considering the current road renewal list for future years and starting to undertake design for future years so we don't encounter that problem again. And like I said, we haven't done any work for Langler Street.
Have these roads already been assessed for issues with drainage that may need to be addressed as part of the road renewal project?
Ms Libicus?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. The costings you see there is for the treatment of the surface only.
Do we have information about whether or not any of these roads might have drainage issues that are best addressed while we do the road renewals?
Ms Libicus?
At this stage, we haven't cross-referenced this list with the hotspots or any of those other points of knowledge.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you. So we're at the stage where I asked if there was anyone against. So Councillor Cruiser, you indicated you were against, and Deputy Mayor Miles, you indicated you were against. Councillor Cruiser said you wanted to start with questions. Do you wish to speak at this time against the item? Because I need to move through the debate process. So if you don't wish to speak against it, I'll go to someone else. But if you're wishing to speak against, I'll go to you.
Yes, I would like to speak against at this stage. I, too, love the sweeper. Would love to see the sweeper on the roads. Fully on board with that one. I'm a lot more nervous about the rest of them. I know that we continually get feedback from our community saying that they want to see road renewals that are integrating other upgrades. Why did that street get resurfaced and you didn't do anything about traffic calming? Why did you not do anything about issues with drainage? Why are then those things trying to be added in later? We need to give our team time to design projects properly and then deliver them. Trying to do it all in 1 year is a recipe for inefficiency and will not allow us to give the best outcomes for our community. Similarly, some people may remember what happened when there was a fairly rapid replacement of the Reed Park adult exercise equipment. Many people in the community complained because they were using that primarily as a toddler play space, and that it got replaced without really exploring what the community wanted from that space led to some people being quite disappointed. If we rush these projects and try to just get them done without having enough time to plan them properly, to talk to the community about what they want, we are ticking boxes, but we are not delivering good outcomes for the community. I am fully on board with increasing our asset renewals. I think that is an excellent outcome to aim for, but the thing is that if we want different outcomes, we need to look at different processes. Getting an asset manager on board is a great step towards that, but that person is not yet on board, and asset management takes time. We have just said that we are going to reduce our operational expenditure. I don't think that is a good time to also say, and we would like you to deliver more capital works. We need to look at the processes which will actually lead to better asset renewal and asset renewal that meets the needs of our community. And so I will not be voting for this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Councillor Minson, you did put your hand up before. Was that to ask a question? Because obviously you have spoken to the item at this stage. So I'm happy to hear questions from you before I call for anyone who wishes to speak for.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just some of those questions raised a question just to, I guess, get clarity on the town's capital delivery process. My understanding is when we raise a capital project, that the first step is design before you construct. So similar to, I guess, the other projects that we're funding as road renewals, I don't think, my understanding is that having these projects on the list doesn't preclude doing the design before we construct them. But I think I was getting a bit of a misunderstanding in some of those answers that that there was an assumption that these projects would go straight to construction without the appropriate design before them. Can I just get some clarity on that?
Yep. Who would like to do that? Ms. Labicus?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a design process. So there's a concept design, which is the design that we would syndicate with the community to make sure that we're directionally correct. That's then handed across to the technical design team. They do a detailed design. They go through an issue for tender. Then they work with the delivery team to make sure that the issue for construction is correct. So there's the multi-stage design process that's undertaken.
Anything further, Councillor Minson? Yep. All right, thank you. So I'm now looking, is there someone who wishes to speak for the item? Councillor Cruiser, you've obviously spoken. Are you asking questions? All right.
Has the town generally found that it is effective to do design and construct within a single year for road projects?
Ms. Labicus?
Obviously, I've only got limited experience with the town, but from what I have seen, then no, it's not a good outcome.
I've got a couple of questions. In relation to the road renewals program, the ones that are identified in this amendment, which I understand Councillor Minson asked the town to identify, can I seek clarification from you, Ms. Labicus? These are all roads that the town has already assessed as being suitable for our road renewals project, and had circumstances been different, they might have very well been in the current budget. Is that a fair enough comment to make?
Yes, Mayor Vernon. Yep.
So can I take it from that their road condition audit assessment that we did in December 2024, January 2025, had these roads ranked as roads that needed to be renewed?
Yes, Mayor Vernon, this financial.
All right, thank you. In relation to Langler Street, I note that it indicates it's only a portion of Langler Street. So it's that portion from Carson Street down to Albany Highway and Devonish Street to Archdeacon Street. From my last drive-by there, I'm just wanting to confirm, I think I've got this right. We've actually done the piece recently in between on Langler Street. So I recall having driven past and seeing works done, which would mean from Berwick Street up Langler Street to Devonish and potentially Berwick Street down to Carson Street, and then it does a dogleg down to Albany Highway. Something says to me I've driven past there and seen that it got resurfaced. I'm not sure if that's right. I don't know if you know if this is intended to be the completion of works that we've started in a previous year on Langler Street for renewal, given that it's a sizable street from Albany Highway all the way to Devonish. I'm just not sure about that from my memory. I could start searching through old cap work lists, but I had a sense that it was a part of ongoing work for that particular street. Be happy to have an answer to that and take your time if you need to have a look.
I will need to take that one on notice. Yes, because I obviously it predates me.
All right, thank you. Hordern Street and Washington Street, again, they're particular portions of that for the road renewal program, and I'm seeking confirmation from the town that those roads are actually have been subject to some works through the Metropolitan Regional Road Group's road funding program, because I know we've had major roundabout on Hordern Street at Hordern and Geddes Street, at Hordern and McMillan Street installed in the last 2 years. So I'm wondering, is this renewal of, say, those streets, Hordern and likewise Washington, are parts of a bigger project on some of these really long streets that we're trying to complete in sections? Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, it's not unusual for sections of roads to be prioritised due to their condition or needing to change the outcomes, such as the MWRG.
Thank you for that. With regards to the issues that are in the proposed amendment for the parks, while I note Councillor Cruz's comment with regards to Reed Park and the play equipment, there's always been 2 lots of equipment on that park. One was the adult outdoor exercise fitness equipment and the other one the children's play equipment. Do I understand you to be raising the question of whether or not, if this is included for Reed Park, that we would not have some level of opportunity to send letters to the adjoining residents to ascertain particularly what their wishes might be for new play equipment there that's devoted to children rather than the adult outdoor fitness equipment that lots of people use, including children? Like, I'm hoping that we still have an opportunity to find out, if people in the surrounding area are still wanting that playground equipment upgraded. Ms. Libicus?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, the best practice is to actually have a look at the demographics of the area and look at the catchment of the types of kids and I guess the longevity in the area and that sort of stuff, so that when you do buy play equipment, you buy it to meet the needs of futures, not just what's here. And I guess from what I understand, for many of the playground renewals, the practice has been, I've got a budget that looks like this, we'll do an RFQ and give me something, whatever suppliers we're going out to, that actually covers a gamut of uses and ages and other things. So I guess what we're suggesting is that we turn that and we ask the question first to make sure that we're actually meeting the needs of the community.
All right, thank you. With regards to the synthetic practice wickets, the cricket nets and the fencing/bollards, are the practice wickets and the cricket nets effectively the purchase of equipment? Does it take a lot of planning to acquire what I presume are new practice wickets and new cricket nets for those particular locations due to their ageing infrastructure and we need to replace it? Ms. Libicus?
So I haven't got the details in front of me for this one in particular. Sometimes when you're replacing surfaces, you do have to do a bit of drainage upgrade. You may have, if you're replacing nets, there may be poles and cages and other things. Typically, they're delivered by fairly niche suppliers, and typically they are a little bit easier.
All right, thank you for those questions. So now I'm going to go back to where we were at. So I did call, was there anyone who wished to speak for the amendment? Anyone who wished to speak against the amendment? Deputy Mayor Miles, you said you did.
So I know that we've mentioned the themes of the budget a few times. I guess for me, they felt like commitments, and the things that I felt like I committed to with these budgets. So the back to basics one, we said that we would commit to consolidating and completing existing commitments before commencing new projects. That's something that was written. We said we would commit to deliver value through fewer but better executed priorities. When we said we'd sustainably fund the fundamentals, we said that we would commit to strengthen financial sustainability by rebuilding key reserves, particularly for social infrastructure and other major projects. And I do not think that spending $2.6 million on things from the reserves is an example of back to basics or an example of sustainably funding the fundamentals. I guess I've been through, this is the third budget iteration that I've been through, and we've talked a lot in previous budgets around the capacity of the town to deliver $5 million of road reserves a year. And we the budget, we've got $5 million from municipal funds and then the other, so I think it's 10 million in total. To add another bunch of roads on top of that just feels unrealistic. And again, I remember when we talked about the capital works, the staff were very clear that this year, not to say that we shouldn't have aspirations for other years, but this year what we really needed to do was deliver more like $8 million of capital works projects. And that is what we agreed to. And we had conversations in that meeting about, for example, Streetley Road, which is one of these, and how potentially we could make it a whatever it's called, healthy street, that's the one. But we needed time, and I think the community planning team were committed to spending time coming up with sort of best practice so that in future we can roll out these roads in a much more sustainable and kind of more community-oriented kind of approach rather than just bitumening everything. I guess we've also got the idea that we're going to map out all of the drainage works, and so I'm nervous about bitumening new roads and then realising, oh, the drainage underneath needs fixing and having to dig it back up again. I guess one of the other things is that we've just had a vote to reduce the operating costs by 30% of the advertised rate from 5% to 3.5%. I guess specifically thinking about materials and costs. Well, I love the idea of a sweeper, but assumably you get a sweeper, you have to insure it, you have to put fuel in it, you have to maintain it. I would assume that those things are coming out of materials and costs. I would assume that all of the plans, the letters that we're sending to the residents to ask about the parks, all of these materials are coming out of materials and costs. And so we've cut that budget line, and now we're saying let's do more projects that will take more money from this. So not only are we saying you've got to be more efficient, we're saying you've got to be even more efficient because now we've just added a bunch of extra stuff. Like, I don't know that much anything about road planning, but I've seen those plans. They look really complicated. I'm assuming a person spends a lot of time doing those things. Assumably, if you're getting temp staff in to do projects, temp staff come out of materials and costs, which we've just cut. But even if we're going to hire people, that's more time to hire people, advertise. I don't know how long it would take to hire an asset manager, but I guess typically you'd expect 2 to 3 months. So we're creating projects for someone who isn't on staff. Like, to me, it's not sustainable to add $2.6 million worth of projects, but it's especially not when we've just cut the operating budget. So I think I covered everything I wanted to say. I'm not supporting this amendment.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Miles. Is there anyone who wants to speak for? Anyone who wants to speak against? Councillor Ingram, you're speaking against?
No, sorry, Mervyn. I just wanted to clarify. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, if I may.
Go
Thank
for
you.
it.
So this first question is of the town. In the event that the listed attached roads were to be halved in the number of requests, so rather than 4, we're looking at adding only 2, does that affect the actual capacity for deliverability, and which roads, based upon condition reporting or based upon ease of completion, would probably be preferred by the town to be kept in, were such an alteration to this amendment to be made?
Ms. Lebicus, and you can take a moment to think about it.
So in terms of if we halved them, we are still trying to. So we've got more roads that are coming online this coming year for design only through Black Spot. We've got to do the finalisation of the roads last year for Black Spot. So if I had to choose between doing all of these or only doing half, then I would rather do half well than do all of these and not deliver great outcomes to the community. I guess, so yeah, I am concerned at this volume. So none of our FTE requests actually we're looking at project management skills and expertise. So currently we've got we've got 4 project managers who will be managing all of that, plus the carry forwards, which, you know, sort of are big, because they're the ones that are left to do are the curly ones. So they're your Miller and Shepparton, they're your Burswood Road. They're those ones that are carry forward because they're problematic and hard. I haven't had a look to see if I were to cut this in half, where would we prioritise, but certainly the team went out and had a walkthrough, and I can seek further advice on that if that helps.
Sorry.
Councillor Ingram, did you want to ask anything further?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. So further to that, I did note that that was remark about perhaps establishing a different form of consultation regarding play equipment and installations. So to that end, would those 2 particular suggested project areas serve to do that if they were to be, say, amended from the current amendment proposal? Or were they something that may not be the exact target reserves to be targeted for the testing of that particular process if you were to implement a different standard? That's all.
Yeah.
Ms. Levikas?
So those playgrounds are aged and they do need replacing. I think, you know, sort of when Mayor Vernon sent an elected member request in a couple of weeks ago around a playground local to her area, I responded with, hang on, there's about 8 that's ahead that are even more aged than the one that is in her local area. So we absolutely need to get on top of our playgrounds. I think we had put up 3 and 1 had been funded. So for me, you know, thinking about what's happened at Higgins Park, where, you know, there's been dissatisfaction with the club with the way that we've done the communications. You know, there's been a delay in between removing the playground, preparing the ground, and then, you know, waiting for this year's budget to actually order the playgrounds as well. I think we've got a lot of work to do to get it right. You know, so obviously 1 is manageable, 2 is okay, but 3 may be a little bit of a stretch.
All right, thank you very much for that. If I may be completely off in my understanding about how this whole process works, being the first time, however, in the event that this amendment were to not be successful, is there anything actually preventing council from bringing a similar amendment to look to add specific projects funded from reserves throughout the course of the year, as and when we might find available capacities?
Refer that question to the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Short answer, yes. The original response where these projects came from, the comment from staff at the time was, and I'll just quote part of it, which may be considered mid-year budget review if spare funding and resource capacity exists. So the preliminary assessment of these may be a candidate, as you're suggesting, at that point in time, as opposed to the budget proper. So that is the purpose of budget amendment. So if there is spare capacity, as I said before, if there's grants or if elected members notice something and you know, let us know when we maybe do some assessment or whatever that project may be, not specifically roads. That is the second opportunity, I guess.
Okay, thank you for that. So I suppose now my question would go for, well, probably not to preempt, but I'm guessing Councillor Minson, perhaps. Are you amenable to perhaps making any amendments or alterations to the amendment as it sits in order to maybe reduce the total volume of what is quite an ambitious package of works? And I commend you for it. I think it's quite reasonable. We do want to step things up, but it may just be that we might have to take a smaller step than anticipated in the first instance, which, you know, it's fair given the amount of work going on that the town has with the asset management register and a few other things at the same time. But are you amenable to that?
Councillor Minson.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Yeah, most definitely. Want people to feel comfortable that we can deliver the projects to the right quality standard. So happy to take some advice maybe on the best way to amend that the amendment, and if the town actually has preference of which ones or what their priorities are, so which ones should come out off the bottom. And I also just have one question, if I may, as well. Again, my misunderstanding maybe of the delivery process, but a lot of the discussion is that we're not ready to deliver these projects. That we have a design phase that we'd like to go through comprehensively before we deliver on the projects, which I fully understand and are supportive. But I guess my understanding is that you would need a capital project raise to charge design work to. Are we saying that we have the budget now and the plan is to engage designers and do community consultation, do skinny streets assessments on these projects without a capital budget for them?
Ms. Lebickas?
Yeah, so typically we try and do the design in-house. We do have designers, so we don't always outsource, but we certainly don't charge staff time, be it project management time nor design time, back to capital projects.
Just to follow up on that, I assume then the other side to that coin is if we did hire outside design capacity, we would be looking to charge that to a capital item, if we weren't doing it in-house.
Potentially. So we typically do that when we've got a grant program that allows us to charge for design, and typically when we outsource design, it's because of vacancies or for other things, because we try and balance the program to our capacity.
All right, back to you, Councillor Minson. To the point that you said you'd be looking for some advice about how to amend the amendment, that's relatively easy. If you get to the stage where you get some advice about what you think it could be reduced to, then as the mover, you've obviously moved it, I've seconded it, you can ask me if I agree, and we just simply change it before it's put. So there's not a double amending process, it's just shrink it down for people to look at what it looks like.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe I'll just ask another question. If does the town have a preference if two road renewals were to come off, which ones they were, and if one play equipment project was to come off, which one that would be? Sorry to put you on the on the spot.
Ms. Lebickas?
If I could just take a moment on that
absolutely.
And have a look at the
take as much time
road
as you
condition
want.
data.
It's
Thank you.
all good. I think everyone can, amuse themselves momentarily, so don't feel under pressure. All right, Ms. Labicus, I think you've got some information for us.
Do we would prefer to remove Streetly because that had been identified as being a candidate for Healthy Streets. Langer, because that was tied up in some other works that we need to do the design for first. And we'd also like to drop off Hordern so that we can integrate the long-term cycle network considerations into the design of that street.
And I think Councillor Minson also asked about the two play equipments. Was there a preference for one over the other? Because I've no idea of the age of either of them.
Yes, so we'd like to do the Harold Rossiter Reserve, please. No, keep that in. Yep. Just a point of clarification as well. The sweeper, that isn't additional capacity. That's actually a replacement piece of kit.
I definitely understood that it was a replacement item, but I understood that we kind of need it. So, all right. Well, Councillor Minson, you've heard some information there. If you want to take a bit of time to think about that, please do. But it would be our note taker has kindly highlighted it on the screen for everyone to see. Although noting that what's been highlighted is the ones to take out, but Harold Rossiter Reserve is the one to remain in, so it needs to be highlighted the next one down as Reed Park play equipment would be the one that was removed.
Thank you.
And I think that was the intention of the minute taker, was to make it easy to see the ones that were just spoken of. Yep, there you go. So it now reads right. So over to you, Councillor Minson.
Yeah, thank you for the response, and appreciate you going through that. Yes, I'm happy to propose the change to my amendment if the seconder is amenable to match the suggestion here from the town. So that would be the removal of Streetly, Langer, Hordern Street, and the removal of Reed Park play equipment. Obviously, the totals will need to change in the rest of the amendment. But happy to make those changes.
Look, Councillor Minson, if you're happy to make those changes, I mean, I see the issues that the town have raised. I see that this is in my view, is a bit of a balancing act. If we're trying to move forward with some things, and we're trying to make sure we are making some measurable improvement in the ongoing asset renewal, then I think it's sensibly reflects some of the sentiment that I've heard around the table. I'm not sure that it will necessarily appeal to all elected members, but some people might be willing to consider their position. So thanks to Councillor Ingram for asking for it to be considered. Thanks, Councillor Minson. I'm happy if you're wanting your amendment to read like that. I'll endorse that as a seconder. What we will need to do, though, is, I guess, procedurally ask Mr. CFO, in order for us to eventually put this amendment to the vote, do you need to have updated the figures so people know what they're voting on? Or would it be taken as read that if those figures come out, the other figures will simply change accordingly? Or do we need to have you put the new figures in? Because in order for the amendment to be passed, it'll need to actually say all those changes to the different reserves and balances and stuff. I'm just not sure.
Thank you, Mayor, nor am I. So if I can ask, if the roads and other bits and pieces that stay in are clarified, because I'm a little bit confused, then once we know what we're actually looking at, if we can just maybe take 5 minutes just to make sure, because we're so close.
Yes, I agree. What I understand is where it says amend attachment 9.2.3, which is the CatWorks program, it's now going to only have one road renewal, which is Washington Street, at a cost of $358,100 from road reserves. Parks is going to have it's going to have 4 items listed instead of 5. The one coming out is the Reed Park, and that's going to leave approximately, 120 plus 70 is 190 plus 120, 190 plus 120, 310. I don't know. Maths was never my strong suit. So that's roughly that in the parks, and then the 242 for the sweeper. So it will make some changes to how much money's coming out of reserves, and also which reserve the proposed monies will come from, because obviously the roads is proposed to come from the road renewal, the parks from the parks renewal, and then the sweeper from the sweeper part potentially won't change what happens to that reserve, but I think it's going to change your overall totals that appear in point 1, as I understand it, of the amendment as it currently appears there. They need to be the ones that would get a change.
Correct. So the amending the totals per se of the reserves may be okay, but the critical thing is the actual payments for purchase of property, plant, and
Yes.
equipment, for example.
Those
And
ones.
yeah, look, to be safe, I think we would need 5 minutes
Yep.
just to make sure that's correct.
No, that's absolutely fine. I think that time can be given to you. Can I ask in advance, Councillor Anderson has an amendment that she has given notice of and received some advice from the staff about what the wording for that would look like. Given that that's proposed, I think, to come from a specific reserve, I can't remember it off the top of my head now, but I'm questioning whether you would need to do, assuming when we put her amendment on the table and we get to the point of being ready to vote on it, will it require any further calculations from you?
It will require the adjustment for acquisition of property, plant and equipment line in the various statements. It will require the appropriate reserve to be adjusted, and I don't think the resolution up there actually hits the same reserve. If I can try to quickly scan that. But there will be a link between changing some lines in here and the potential amendment coming up.
All right. So would that mean that we need to do this one first? And if that gets up, then we consider Councillor Anderson's amendment, and that will need to have changes. And if this amendment by Councillor Minson doesn't get up, then you would do the exercise only in respect, but you'd do it again in respect of Councillor Anderson's, in anticipation of hers being put to the vote as well. So I'm just looking at measuring it out for you so that your team knows they're doing one set, and then there might be another amendment and it may or may not get up, like as in you keep shifting those numbers just so that I want you to be able to have the time to do it discreetly, exercise by exercise. Does that make sense?
Correct. I feel like I'm playing chess in 3D. So we would have to amend this. If this gets up, you're correct. Then if this falls away, then Councillor Anderson's amendment probably stands alone. But if this gets up, we will need to amend. That will be relatively easy because it's only probably one item.
All right. So it sounds like the preference is for you to take a short adjournment now to rejig the figures so they can appear on the screen for voting purposes. All right. So on that basis, it is 9:52. So I'm going to propose, how much time would you like? 10 minutes? Yes? 10 minutes? Yeah, I'm getting 10 minutes from the team. So I'm going to move that we adjourn for 10 minutes at 9:52 p.m. Can I have a seconder for that? Seconded, Deputy Mayor Miles. Thank you. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. And we're going to adjourn, and to those on live streaming, we will be back soon. Thank you.
Just a question. If the item is already open for...
Sorry, before you go further,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Miles, I'm sorry, I just got the thumbs up, we're now online.
Yeah.
So I'll come to you in a second. For those who are rejoining us back online, we're now out of our adjournment. That adjournment did take longer than had been planned, but it is important for our finance team to do recalculations when amendments are on the floor and before they're voted on, so that we're accurate about what we're voting on. Also, in the meantime, Councillor Mel Rosa, who was unable to join us for the start of this meeting, has been in contact that he is now available, and so I've approved his attendance online, and he is now online with the meeting as at 10:31 by approval. Deputy Mayor Miles, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just trying to understand. My understanding was that if a councillor joins once an item is already on the floor, that they're not able to debate and vote on the item.
And you're referring to a clause in the meeting procedures?
Well, I'm just trying to find it, but that was my understanding. So I'm just trying to have a look.
Well, I think it would be preferable, if you're going to take that point, that you would do it as a point of order and indicate which item it is that you're referring to. But you've raised it now, so we'll have to have a look. In any event, I would probably take the view that if there were such a rule, it would only relate to potentially the item that is up for debate, which at the moment is only an amendment and is not the substantive item. So debate on that hasn't closed. In fact, debate on that hasn't taken place at any length. We've only had the mover and the seconder on that item. I'll have to go to the Manager of Governance for that. I've just asked the Manager of Governance to have a look at the local government administration regulations while I look at the Act, but so far neither of us have been able to find anything in the meeting procedures local law to the effect suggested by the Deputy Mayor. All right, so we're dealing with a procedural inquiry from the Deputy Mayor suggesting that Councillor Melrosa may not be entitled to participate in either the amendment that is currently on the floor or the item for which the amendment is being moved. I have looked at the Local Government Act, section 5.21 is the only one that deals with voting by council members. And section 5.21 subsection 1 reads as follows under the heading voting, each council member and each member of a committee who is present at a meeting of the council or committee is entitled to one vote. At this point in time, Councillor Melrosa is in no different position than if he had entered through the main doors and taken his seat in the chamber and was recorded as being present. If, however, he came as the vote was being cast, I would take the view he was not entitled to cast a vote because he would have arrived completely after the close of the debate on the item. And that would have precluded him from having an opportunity to fairly be informed. I am now going to go to the Manager of Governance and Risk, Mr Douglas, as to his assessment of what provisions are made in the legislation and our own meeting procedures, local law, for which Part 10 covers voting by members, and there doesn't appear to be anything specified in there. So, Mr Douglas, for your advice, please.
Yes, I've considered the local laws, and it appears to be silent on the issue raised by Deputy Mayor Miles. Equally, I've had a scan through the regulations, and there's nothing precluding this from occurring. And so, based on the Act itself, saying that whoever's present, and if you're present at the meeting, regardless of the lateness of arrival, provided you're there prior to the vote, I see no preclusion from allowing the vote to proceed.
All right, thanks, Mr Douglas. So I consider that resolves Deputy Mayor Miles's inquiry. So we'll now proceed forward. In the time that was taken during the adjournment, the town's finance team have been able to do recalculations on the amendment being proposed on the floor by Councillor Minson. And the reason we needed to take the time is because before we broke, Councillor Minson had been invited to revise his amendment, and I'll call it revise it downward, to reduce the proposed amendment. And that reduction of the proposed amendment, just to remind those who were listening online, was to take out from the amendment to the capital projects for roads to remove Streetley Road, Langler Street and Horden Street, leaving only Washington Street for the road renewal part of his amendment. That was following advice from the town staff as to their preference for priorities. And there was also a proposal for him to reduce his amendment in relation to parks renewals, and that would see the removal of Reed Park play equipment from the list of proposed additional works in Part B of his amendment, and otherwise the plant and machinery for the sweeper remains. So as a result of that, there needed to be appropriate then recalculations of the entirety of Part 1 of Councillor Minson's amendment, so that we could get to the stage of being able to come back with the revised position and potentially hear from any further elected members in debate, and then ultimately close the debate and vote on this amendment in its new revised reduced form. So Councillor Minson, you've had a chance now to look at the changes that have been made. Are you content that those changes now reflect what you agreed to, and I agreed as the seconder to incorporate to make your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I get the same numbers as.
All right, thank you. So now everyone can see what the effect has been of Councillor Minson's agreement to reduce the scope of his amendment. So we've obviously heard from a number of elected members, but not all elected members. Councillor Ingram, I might ask you, since you were the one who raised the issues and put it out there to Councillor Minson and he took up the challenge. You haven't spoken as yet on the amendment. Do you have a desire to speak on the amendment now that you've seen the revision to it?
I do, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I would like to speak for the amendment, given the changes that have been made to it. I think it strikes a good balance in both the ambition that Councillor Minson has espoused of initiating a step up to ensure that our key asset renewals aren't sliding backwards in their ability to be delivered, and that's not meant to be a reflection in any sort of adverse way. It's just unfortunately a bit of a fact of the matter when you have this many projects flagged for key renewal that you don't want to set a ongoing pattern of having a certain tranche of them flow to the next year in deferment and then flow on and end up inflating your carry forwards. I think it's a good step. I think it's a smaller step than he perhaps intended. So I didn't intend to tamp down the ambition there. But hopefully it's something that I think the town can rise to the task of and address, given the feedback from town staff as to its actual ability to be achieved. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ingram. Is there anyone who now wishes to speak against the proposed amendment with its revision who hasn't already spoken? Or are there questions? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Sorry, just for clarification. So Councillor Melrosa is not voting on this amendment because he's missed half of the debate, but then he will be voting on things, or do we re-speak?
No, Deputy Mayor Miles, I've ruled that Councillor Melrosa is able to participate in the meeting from now forward. The item's been moved and seconded. We are in the middle of debate. He's entitled to hear the remainder of the debate. He can see the proposed amendment on the screen, noting that the original proposed amendment was circulated to him, and it was only unfortunate circumstances that arose for him earlier today that meant he couldn't be here. So I've no doubt he is quite familiar with what Councillor Minson was proposing, and I'm sure he will jump in and tell me if he's not familiar with what Councillor Minson was proposing. And so there's still other elected members left to speak and Councillor Minson left to close the debate. So in the circumstances, I consider that he is amply able to participate in what is left of the debate for this. If he had arrived after the last person had spoken and debate had closed, he certainly would not, in my view, be eligible to vote on the amendment. So that being clarified for what I think is the second time, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the proposed amendment? Anyone who wishes to speak for the proposed amendment who hasn't already spoken?
Yeah, I would like to speak for, please.
All right, Councillor Melrosa.
Just briefly, just acknowledging that Councillor Lindsay was asking about my awareness of this, but I did read through Councillor Minson's amendments prior to, well, a couple of days ago now, and fully understand what he was trying to achieve there. I did communicate to him what my feelings were around his thoughts and what I was thinking would be good and whatnot. So it's good to see that there are some amendments on the table to that, and I'm happy to support them.
All right, thanks, Councillor Melrosa. Is there any other elected member who wishes to speak now in relation to this amendment? Councillor Gordon-Manley.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, I do acknowledge that we've had some pretty substantial debate and there has been changes occurring during this meeting, which is presenting some fun to it. In relation to the first item that we voted on, we are seeing a review of our operational expenditure. That's something that we discussed over 5 months and reviewed how that would impact it. And with that change in conjunction to this one, we're seeing quite a substantial change to the budget, which wasn't really, in my view, we could have had further conversations with the staffing and got a better detailed on how that would actually have a true impact on our service delivery. Probably the commentary against this one is I definitely agree with a lot of the intention around doing some great projects that we do believe can substantially improve things, but we could present those individually rather than presenting a significant list and having us to sit down and review it in this session. I think with the timeframes that it's not ideal, and I think it does put quite a lot of pressure on our staff in terms of achieving these things, which we probably should have a conversation with over the last couple months.
Thanks, Councillor Gordon-Manley. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I came in tonight with, my thoughts on the amendment, and then listening to the feedback from the Chief Operational Officer, I was really concerned, and I wanted to take that on board and respond. And so I was really pleased when Councillor Ingham suggested to Councillor Minson about reducing. I think reducing makes sense, and it doesn't lose the intent of what is trying to be achieved with the amendment, but it will be achievable for the staff going forward from what I've heard in discussions. So I will be, based on that and based on the reduction of the projects, I will be supporting the amendment.
All right, thanks, Councillor Anderson. Anyone else who wish to speak? If there isn't, I'm not seeing any indication. Councillor Minson, I'm going to go to you to close the debate on your amendment.
Thank you, Matt. I'll just address a couple of points that have been raised during the debate. Firstly, I guess on the process, we've obviously gone through budget workshops and discussed the capital works program at length. I think it's always been part of the conversation that there was a concern that the capital program wasn't large enough and wasn't sufficient. I don't think we ever resolved that conversation. This is obviously the place to resolve it, so I think it's appropriate that we are here tonight discussing these things. On, I guess, the capacity issue, I think it'd be appropriate just to take a step back and just really understand, I guess, the volume of works we're proposing here. A $4 million renewals program plus the $900,000 proposed here. It's quite a modest amount of capital works for a town of this size to deliver. So I think we should temper our concerns around the ability to, I think, deliver that amount of work. I think it's if we can't do it, I think that is itself of a bigger concern. I would just encourage the support of a routine renewals program going into the future. It's very important that we don't have a peak and trough type renewals program. And it goes to, I think, a lot of the points that we've raised as concerns actually about not being able to design, not be able to do concurrent drainage or active street works. Actually having a routine program that is stable actually encourages those activities to occur alongside that renewals program. So I think it's actually important that we do keep a routine program so we can deliver on those other opportunities. And I would also point out that the nature of renewals being routine and repetitive in a sense is that the feeling of an opportunity lost to jump into one specific renewal project to make sure we're not missing an opportunity on an active street, I think might be misplaced. That next year we'll have another list of renewals projects and there'll be plenty of them that we can look to do active streets on. We're going to have plenty of opportunities, I think, to get stuck into design. This is, again, routine work. So I encourage now that, with a smaller proposal here that people can be comfortable that this can be confidently delivered. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. So debate is now closed on this amendment. So I'm now going to ask everyone to cast their votes on the amendment. I think, is online voting open? All right, well, my computer again says online voting is not open for me. So I'll cast my vote in favour of the amendment. And so I'm hoping, Councillor Melrosa, you've got access to online voting. Perfect, thank you. So I declare the amendment is carried. Those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Minson and Councillor Melrosa. Those against, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Gordon-Manley and Councillor Cruiser. So that concludes that amendment. Councillor Anderson, you have an amendment that you would like to make. If you'd like to present that now.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'd like to make an amendment, amend attachment 9.2.1, referred to in point 1 of the officer recommendation, to include a budget for the construction of a Changing Places change room building in McCallum Park as follows. A statement of comprehensive income, amend the capital grants, subsidies and contributions to increase by $125,000 to be $8,561,257. B, statement of financial activity. 1, amend capital grants, subsidies and contributions to increase by $125,000 to be $8,561,257. 2, amend transfers from reserves, building renewal reserve to increase by $160,000 to be $3,456,024. 3, amend acquisition of property, plant and equipment for the 26-27 budget to increase by $285,000 to be $2,482,608. And C, where needed and applicable, notes to and forming the budget to show, amend where applicable any other totals and subtotals in the statement of comprehensive income, statement of cash flows, statement of financial activity and accompanying notes to the statements.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. I'll get you to read out your reasons first, and then I'm going to ask Mr. CFO about whether the wording that Councillor Anderson read out will actually not be the wording that we might be potentially voting on, because there might be figures changes. So I'll ask you to read your reasons for your proposed amendment, because essentially it's an amendment to include a budget for the construction of a changing places toilet facility at McCullum Park. So,
correct.
Thank you.
Yep, this amendment supports the town's Disability Access and Inclusion Plan by improving equitable access and inclusion for people with disabilities, their families and carers. McCullum Park is one of the town's key regional destinations. The proposed budget leverages $125,000 in external grant funding, with the balance funded through the Building Renewal Reserve.
All right, thank you. So I'm formally going to seek a seconder for your proposed amendment before I deal with the other procedural matter. All right, that's been seconded by Councillor Ingram. So just before I get you to speak substantively to it, Councillor Anderson, I'll just check with the CFO if we'll be needing to do a recalculation event. I'm seeing some nodding from the finance team, so I take it that's a yes?
Yes, Mayor. I think in light of the previous amendment that was just put forward, there will be at least one line that needs to be changed. So it shouldn't be too long, but we do need to just check that.
All right, okay, thank you. But I think the figures that are being proposed, I don't think it's like the last amendment where the figures that were proposed at the start may be changing. I think there's a proposal by Councillor Anderson for an amount. It's just a question of if that is going to the vote, what it's going to look like in the different line items.
Correct. So my understanding will be the grant income per se, 125 wouldn't change. 160, it'll be perhaps the totals of those lines, yes.
In light of the last amendment. All right, that's good. Okay, Councillor Anderson, I'd like to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just speak briefly, but I just wanted, councillors, we were presented with the Changing Places change room discussion in one of the budget workshops. And so it was discussed and it was a line item. And also the possibility of having one of the change rooms has been brought to the Access and Inclusion Committee, and it was discussed and so consulted with the committee or the working group as well. And there was, it was a definite feedback and to have one of these change rooms in a location with such a significant activity. And recently, I just wanted to share on top of that, recently the town won the Most Accessible City Award. And when I was at the Welga event and I was speaking to the judges, there were lots of avenues or lots of reasons why we won that award. And one of them was having the Changing Places change room in the town at this event because of the freedom that it gives the families of people with disabilities when they're out and about in the community. And that was only just one element of the award. But I just want to, remind people that sometimes we don't fully understand the implications for people with disabilities when they want to leave their home and go out as a family or as an individual, that the basic right to actually access a bathroom facility can be very difficult. In fact, at this evening, I was reminded, and speaking to a father who, when his daughter was 16, to change her, he had to lay her on the floor of a bathroom, and it's not dignified. And that was years ago, and that's when the idea of these change rooms came into play. So I couldn't step past this budget, given that there is external grants available, the importance to the disability community and families for using these facilities, and the freedom that it gives people to, leave their home. I always say local government is a privilege because it gives people a reason to leave their home. It's a reason to go to the community, whether that's to the pool, library, parks, using the footpaths, events that are held. But when you're out and about feeling part of the community, there is a basic need, and a bathroom facility is one of them. So I would ask elected members to support the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Ingram is the seconder. Do you wish to be heard?
Yes, just briefly. Thank you, Mayor Vernon. So as the seconder, I'm not going to speak to some of the impacts that Councillor Anderson is much better placed to represent to the rest of the elected members present. But But what I will speak to is that I initially saw this come across as part of the CapEx budget workshop, and I noticed the fact that there was that external grant funding, and it appears to be an opportunity to strike while the iron is hot on a very discrete aspect and a very small scale project that would have a massive impact for a particular part of our community. And I concur with what Councillor Anderson has said. It would be remiss of us not to consider it during this budget process, to look to include it, especially if we're in a position which we are, which is fortunate from past good financial management, that the reserves can step in to cover that. So I am more than happy to second this motion, and I would encourage other councillors to support the motion. Thank you. Thanks,
Councillor Ingram. Are there any questions about this item? Because obviously it's an amendment that we're doing on the floor. Councillor Gordon-Manley, you were first. Councillor Cruiser, you're second.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just a general question, if there's any other required amendments needed to be made to that area to ensure it is fully accessible.
Meaning to the McCallum Park area. Go to the Chief Operations Officer, Ms Labicus.
Not that we have within our design at the moment. We've just delivered the aquad parking to increase the accessibility, or the paths are all new. So at this time, we've got nothing else.
Anything further, Councillor Gordon-Manley? No. Councillor Cruiser, you have questions?
Could I please ask what would be required in applying for the external grant funding that has been mentioned for this project, and whether that would be available in the coming financial year?
Mr Doy.
In terms of the application process and the content that would be included in the application, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not certain, but I am of the understanding that that funding would be available in the 26-27 financial year.
Anything further, Councillor Cruiser?
Just to clarify with Councillor Anderson, is this to be constructed separately from the existing facilities, or is it open to staff how they would deliver this?
Councillor Anderson, is that one that you wish to answer?
Well, no, I think I should have that one. Yeah, it's an operational type.
So happy to refer that back off to the Chief Operations Officer. And for the benefit of anyone listening, we should get Ms Labicus to make clear where you understand this Changing Places facility will go, because there is currently 2 toilet facilities at McCallum Park, one very old brick one and one more modern new modular one that was delivered during the bridge upgrades next to our skate zone. Ms Labicus.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. So when we installed the modular facility, we did leave provision for this to be actually added on. So it goes adjacent to that.
Councillor Cruz, I think there might have been a greater depth to your question than just that. You wanted to know about what we would, is it what we would have to do? Is that right?
That answer was sufficient, thank you.
All right, anything further?
Thank you, yes. Is the design for this already completed and finalised? I know it's been discussed in the Access and Inclusion Committee, but I wanted to check.
Ms Labicus?
Yeah, this is a modular, it's a modular design, so it's fairly standard. There still will be a procurement process to go through.
And, sorry, it's late. I've just zoned out. My apologies. Would it be, do staff consider it to be viable to construct this in the coming financial year to a quality that will meet community needs?
Ms Labicus?
Yes, we do.
All right. Are there any other questions about this item? If there are no other questions, I will formally ask, is there any dissent to the proposed amendment? Because if there is, we'll go to debate. Deputy Mayor Miles?
Thank you. I would prefer not to repeat some of the points that I've already made, but given that Councillor Melrosa has just joined us, I feel like some of the context might be helpful. I'm also very tired, so hopefully I can be slightly coherent.
This is not for me about not supporting changing places. I think they are really important. But when we started this budget, we committed to 2 themes, which we've already talked about: back to basics, consolidating and completing existing commitments before commencing new projects. Sustainability fund the fundamentals. We commit to strengthen financial sustainability by rebuilding key reserves. And for me, this was something that was introduced at the start of the budget process. It's something that I've kept in mind the whole way through. And this project did come up in the Capital Works program. And my understanding is the reason that it didn't proceed was because other projects were considered to be more of a priority and with the capacity that we had. I do note that there is a Changing Places facility at Crown, which is not too far away. I would love to see this in future. I just don't want to fund it this year. I guess aside from the fact that we've committed, there's also been an amendment to say that we are reducing our operational capacity and cutting money from that in the argument, for the reasons of delivering efficiencies. And I think if we want to deliver efficiencies, adding more projects, any project, even, obviously some projects are more work and less work, but any project is more work. Nothing's neutral. So for me, we've cut the funds. We've just added a whole bunch of projects and now we're adding another project. This isn't what I signed up for. When I look at all of the community feedback, not all of it, a lot of it, people want us to deliver good services. They want us to deliver. I do not feel comfortable delivering more things less well, rating the reserves. Rating's probably a exaggeration, but we basically committed to replenishing them, and we're doing the opposite, and I can't support that. We've talked about the budget meeting starting in February. This amendment came through 2 hours before the meeting started, or maybe 3. I saw it 2 hours before the meeting started. I think I would prefer for this to come up at the mid-year budget review. I am not supporting this. I cannot support taking money from operations, adding projects. The idea that adding an amendment 2 hours before and debating it at 11:10 just doesn't feel to me like a good way to manage a budget, and so that's why I'll be voting against it.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Miles. Is there someone who wishes to speak in favour of the proposed amendment? Councillor Cruiser?
Thank you, yes. I have also felt deeply uncomfortable with the process around this amendment, particularly given that we've made really significant costs to our operational expenditure at relatively short notice, and without staff being able to tell us what that will actually mean in terms of the delivery of projects and services. I was really concerned that we didn't really have enough time to ask staff all of the questions that we might have wanted to ask to fully understand the implications of this. I would have felt a lot more comfortable voting for this had we not passed the last 2 amendments. However, I am going to vote in favour of it in this case, given that the design is completed, given that it is reasonable to fund this from reserves, and given that it sounds from what staff have said like we have a good chance of delivering a good outcome for the community, which I think is not necessarily the case in some other areas.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Anyone else who wishes to speak for? I'm going to speak in favour of the proposed amendment. In the course of budget workshops, we don't make any decisions. We have discussions. We have information presented to us. We have a chance to test it. Sometimes we don't get a chance to test it. our budget workshops, despite repeated references to them having proceeded since February, are not unlimited propositions. We don't sit at a budget workshop all day. We're at budget workshops for anywhere between 1.5 to 3 odd hours, and they usually only occur once a month. So we've had 5 budget discussion workshops. And in relation to the Capital Works program, my recollection was when we were presented with the draft Capital Works program with a recommendation that we should be aiming for an overall figure of $8 million, elected members were asked to put forward their own respective preferences and priorities for each individual item in the CapWorks program. It comes as no surprise to anyone that when we saw the consolidated list after everyone had put forward their priorities and preferences, that not everybody had the same priorities and preferences, and that there were items that were on the list that did not secure everybody's attention and priority and preference. However, that was not a decision of any of us. That was us merely indicating our own personal preferences and priorities based on information we at the time had received, and no doubt based on information at the time we did not have. And so as far as I'm concerned, it's really important that elected members realise that the budget night is the night when we determine the parameters of the budget. We are not beholden to anything that is discussed at a budget workshop, nor are we beholden to things that are in a schedule that may have been presented to us saying, here's the position that consolidates all of your priorities and preferences, and projects A, B and C got the thumbs up, and projects D, E and F did not appear to get the thumbs up. Again, those are not decisions. They are merely part of the working discussions towards the final budget provided, and it's the one that's in the agenda. So the one that's in the agenda does not include this particular item. Councillor Anderson has indicated an important reason why we should have this project. She's indicated a pathway to fund it, and the town have now indicated that what is being proposed is a modular structure that essentially will be a procurement exercise, that the area that it's to go in has already been pre-prepared to receive it, and that we would be looking to do this in a future budget. The fact that we've got a relatively brand new less than 1 year old active zone down there that is now being really well used week in and week out. The fact that we have just completed some amazing accessibility upgrades to access that skate plaza and active zone through an Acrod Bay, and improving the connection from the Acrod Bay to join up with the existing pathway means that we have taken yet another big step forward in making our new active zone completely accessible for people with disabilities. And of course, people continue to use Borloo Bridge both for transport purposes and also for pleasure. And to have such a facility together with other ablution facilities on the site, I think is an enhancement that we can accommodate. And when it comes to the fact that we've got reserves that are already healthy enough to accommodate this, and noting, as I think Councillor Minson referred to in his proposed amendment, even with the additional works, we will still be replenishing the reserves. And because, as Councillor Anderson also earlier referred to, the significant amount of money that is coming into us from Catalina Regional Council's land sales, that are, I think we were informed, were somewhere around about the $5.6 odd million mark for this year, and more expected to come in next year, that will go significantly to replenishing our funds in reserve. I think from memory, a couple of years ago, our reserve funds were probably down in the 40 million mark, and now they're being proposed, they're sitting in the 60 million mark. So reserves are being replenished, and I thank the team for putting forward proposals to replenish the reserves and to make transfers into them. I think this is a modest amount of money for a facility that, as Councillor Ingram said, can have a large impact for a particular cohort in our community. And I thank Councillor Anderson for bringing it to our attention that we should be able to be flexible on budget night as and when circumstances present themselves. So I encourage everyone to please support it. Given that no one else, I think, had indicated they wanted to speak, unless they do now, if there's no one else to speak, I'll be going to Councillor Anderson to close the debate. Not seeing anyone else who wishes to be heard on the item, so I'll go to you, Councillor Anderson, to close the debate in relation to the matters raised.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I know it's late. I know people are tired, but I also think that as elected members, we do need to be selective about the words that we use. And I think sometimes it shows a lack of understanding when it's mentioned that there's a changing places change room at Crown. I can't help but reflect on that and think, can you imagine trying to go out as a family? You've got kids skating, someone needs to go to the bathroom. Oh, hang on, we've just got to get in the car. We've all got to pack up. We've all got to leave, and we've all got to go to the Crown, find parking, navigate your way round, and use a bathroom to then get back in your car and drive back. And that would take a lot of time and a lot of energy. And I think that's why I'm trying to share these stories as a way of bringing people on the journey, because change only happens when people maybe have an understanding of what is different. And when we design our places for the small percentage, we actually are catering for the larger community together. So for those who have spoken and are supporting it, I really thank you for, if you changed your vote, for listening and responding, and I take on board the late notice. But I also know that I tried my best to follow process, and I just hope that elected members will support this going forward.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. So now going to vote on this amendment only for the changing places. So I think online voting is now... Oh, that's right, the important part. We have to vote on the change, don't we? Just going to try and find out before we do vote on the change if we've got an update on what the figures are going to look like. We're just double checking the figures. So the one that's highlighted is the new updated figure, being the only one to change. Is that right, Mr. Old? Yep. The team is happy with that? Yep. All right, so we now have the updated figures that Councillor Anderson's amendment brings to the table, having regard to where the prior amendments are sitting at. So on that basis, now I'm going to open voting on the amendment. So if you could all please vote, and if I could get the minute taker to cast my vote in favour of the amendment. Thank you. All right, so that has been passed. Those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Minson, Councillor Melrosa, Councillor Gordon Manley and Councillor Cruiser. Those against, Deputy Mayor Miles and Councillor Biondi. So that's declared carried. So I'm going to ask, are there any more amendments that anybody wishes to make that we haven't heard of as yet? I'm taking that silence as a positive that there are no more amendments to be made. So now we go back to the substantive budget as amended. We're not going to put up on the screen the full wording with all of the changed calculations because we don't need to. We have passed the variety of amendments that have been made, and the changed calculations will appear in the minutes if the budget is adopted. So we now go back to the substantive officer recommendation as it's been amended. The mover and the seconder have spoken to the budget. So now I'm going to ask what I always ask formally. Is there any dissent to the budget as it has been amended? If there is, we'll go to debate. So there's indications that there are. Deputy Mayor Miles, you indicated you're not in support of adopting the budget. So would you like to speak now?
Thanks. And I would like to foreshadow an alternative motion if this doesn't go ahead, noting that 4 hours into the meeting we've been joined by a ninth member, so it's less likely that we will end up with a 4-4 split.
Deputy Mayor Miles, if you could confine your comments to what you're proposing, and if you're foreshadowing an alternative, do you have the wording of your alternative? Given that this is the budget, and given that this is now 11:24 p.m. in the evening, and we haven't had anything foreshadowed or shared from you so far?
That was because I needed to foreshadow against the substantive motion and not an amendment, which is why I've waited until this time. Because I didn't want to foreshadow against.
So do you have the wording of your foreshadowed alternate that you can send to governance so we can understand?
Yep. Let me just find it. So, would you like me to read it out?
Well, it is customary if you're going to foreshadow an alternate motion, if the motion on the table is lost, that you will let all of your fellow elected members know exactly what it is that you're foreshadowing so we can understand it, which is the reason why I asked you if you have it in writing, if you could share it with governance, they can put it on the screen, given that we're going to be hearing it for the first time at 11:25 p.m. in the evening.
Sure. Governance. Just sent it now.
So, Councillor Miles, this says that it's an amendment motion. Well, there's a bit of a bigger problem because you can't simply change the title of it to alternate motion and the first point start with the words amend attachment 9.2.1.
I can spend some time just editing it now. The problem, I guess, is that I can't foreshadow an alternative until I know what the substantive is. So that was my challenge. And so now I understand what the substantive motion is. Now is my opportunity. So I will just
So,
see if I
Deputy
can-
Mayor Miles, you could have foreshadowed an alternative would be the officer's recommendation as originally contained in the budget papers. But you've put up something that is clearly not currently worded as an alternative. It contains a raft of percentages and amounts, none of which, as far as I'm aware, unless someone tells me, has been checked with the finance team. And so I'm having the greatest of difficulty as understanding how we're supposed to understand or receive this at this stage. So is it an alternative, or is it actually the officer's recommendation from the get-go?
So it is the officer's recommendation with a single amendment to, no, it is the officer's hang on, I don't even know. I've been at work since 7 this morning. I got up a lot earlier than that. So I'm just, my brain is not processing as fast as it perhaps would have done for some hours ago. Let me just, so it is an amendment to the officer's it is my alternative motion is the officer's the officer's recommendation with one amendment to reduce the rate to 4.5% with a 0.5% reduction. Really not good after 9 p.m. Let me just...
Deputy Mayor Miles, what you've said so far is not an alternative motion. It's an amendment to the officer recommendation.
So I guess the correct wording, let me just... Sorry, I'm just trying to...
We can, Councillor Crozer, but I'm acutely aware of the fact that we're at 11:30 and we've had 2 adjournments, each of which were of more than 20 minutes duration. And so clearly there's been some consideration given to this because it's quite lengthy what I see up on the screen. So the difficulty is it's up to an elected member who wants to move an alternate or an amendment to be able to say which one it is. And at the moment, I'm not sure that a further adjournment is going to get us there. Deputy Mayor Miles, do you need an adjournment to take consideration of what you're proposing, noting that we're getting really close to the point where I think we can't continue because it's just not appropriate for everyone to still be here at this time of night? So do you need an adjournment to collect your thoughts and put this together?
Let me
and
just,
if so, how much time do you need?
Let me just see. So I'm reading. So I've got the officer's recommendation on the screen. So as I understand it, my alternative motion is to adopt the officer's recommendation as printed in the agenda with one amendment to which one is attachment 9.1?
Look, I'm just going to make it easy for you, Deputy Mayor Miles. I am going to adjourn so that you can get some advice from the governance team and the finance team about what it is that you're trying to do, because I don't think it's going to help for us all to be sitting here while you're trying to work it out. You may have a better chance of success if we're not in session. So I'm going to propose, sadly, I'm going to say a 10-minute adjournment because I'm acutely aware if I make it 5 minutes, that might not be enough time for you to get the matter sorted out. It's 11:32 p.m. I'm going to propose, if there is a seconder, that we adjourn for 10 minutes, but I will foreshadow I'm not going to be looking at supporting any further adjournments tonight. I think we've been at this for long enough. Is there a seconder for the procedural motion to adjourn for 10 minutes? Thanks, Councillor Minson. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, so we're now adjourned for 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, everyone, it's 11:50 p.m. And we've finished our adjournment. Further discussions have been had. Deputy Mayor Miles, were you wishing to continue to foreshadow an alternate motion? And if so, do you know the details of that at this stage?
Yes, I would like to foreshadow an alternative motion to accept the officer's recommendation as originally detailed in the agenda.
All right, thank you. Now you are wanting to speak against the recommendation as amended. Do you have further things you want to say about that, or are you just happy to note that you're opposing it and you're wanting to foreshadow the alternate?
No, I would like to speak one last time, even though I'm losing my voice. I guess I was hoping that we'd be here delivering a budget that I felt really honoured the themes that we chose, that we were consolidating and completing existing commitments. We weren't commencing new projects. We were creating organisational space. We committed to creation. We said we commit to create organisational space to lift performance. We committed to deliver value through fewer but better executed priorities. We committed to strengthen financial sustainability by rebuilding key reserves for social infrastructure and other projects. We committed to strengthen financial sustainability while planning and designing for future needs. We committed to take a disciplined life cycle approach which prioritises proactive maintenance and renewal, asset data and long-term readiness to ensure we are prepared, resilient and strategically positioned for the next major investment. I feel that this amendment does not do those things. I guess I really took the themes to heart in the discussions, and I acknowledge that, you know, we did meetings, there were no decisions, but I guess it felt like we really considered everything deeply, and I'm disappointed that we have contracted the operating budget, expanded the projects, depleted the funds. I'm concerned that we are choosing a rate that's likely to be lower than inflation. National CPI has been 4% or above for the last 3 months. Perth CPI has been running higher than the national average since June 2024. In March 2026, which is the numbers compared for the other CPIs in the agenda, it was 4.78. The WALGA quarterly report in January to March has a warning, like a pop-out box note that says the significant challenges of forecasting in the current economic environment means that the local government cost index should be used with caution. The local government cost index will be subject to revisions in the coming months as the impact of major economic shocks such as the conflict in the Middle East and the impact of the recent cash rate rises become clearer. It is important that local government take into account the local issues and experiences when considering cost pressures. I guess I know we think differently, but from my perspective, delivering a rate rise of 3.5% means we're taking from our services, we're taking from our projects more than we're delivering. I understand that living costs are on everybody's mind. We all want things not to go up. And I recall someone in the feedback said, talking about costs, but, the town has utility bills, fuel costs, insurance, wages, materials. I feel like we had a real opportunity to deliver something that would put us in a really good position. I feel really nervous that this time next year we'll be looking at a much more stressful situation. I hope I'm wrong. I guess ultimately I just wanted to deliver good services to the community, and I do not feel like this budget is supporting that in the way that the original officer's recommendation would have done, and that's why I won't be supporting it.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Miles. Is there anyone who now wishes to speak for the budget? I'm happy to speak for it. I'm not going to make it lengthy. I think that we've heard a lot tonight about the themes that we discussed at the beginning of our workshops. Those themes are obviously important, and I think that they are reflected in the budget that was drafted, and they continue to be reflected in the proposal that is now on the table. There is attention towards Sustainable operations, sustaining of our reserves, and I feel like one of the important things about back to basics is that we actually focus our attention on operational efficiencies wherever we can, because that's how we build long-term sustainability. And so the proposed amendments, I think both those in relation to the ultimate rate increase for our ratepayers can still achieve that quite adequately. I think the amendment that's been proposed and has been passed by Councillor Minson's amendment also speaks to our long-term sustainability around our asset renewals. And I think Councillor Anderson's proposed amendment also speaks to our overriding values of inclusion, not just as a value that we speak about, but as a value that we deliver in bricks and mortar. So for those reasons, I think that there are plenty of reasons to support the budget. The budget is one that does take account of the fact we will be looking at some organisational development and changes in the coming year, particularly around how we design and construct our road renewals, how we also deal with some of our bigger projects, noting that we don't have a single large capital expenditure item in the budget, such as a new building or the like. This is a different kind of budget for us. And I think that it's really important that there is a lot of robust thinking and debate that goes into a budget. And I feel like that's been demonstrated tonight. People have their passions about the budget. And one of the great things is that we don't all necessarily think alike. We do have the best interests of our community at heart. And I do take heart that of the overriding comments made in the public submissions, where the community says, you've asked us what we think, we've told you. It would be remiss of us to ignore what they've said. And the one consistent theme across the overriding majority of their submissions was that the proposed rate increase of 5% was not one that they could accept. I don't think we need to spend time pegging our proposed rate increases to CPI. I've never been of the view that we should pick a figure and stick with it. I've never been of the view that budget rate increases year on year need to be exactly consistently the same as one another, because times change and circumstances change. And taking a flexible approach, we'll see sometimes significant rate increases as the needs are required, and at other times less need presents itself. So for those reasons, I commend everyone to support the officer's recommendation as has been amended tonight. Is there anyone who wishes to now speak against the budget? Councillor Cruiser, you've already spoken as the seconder of the budget, so you commended the budget.
I do want to note that this is a very substantially revised version of the budget, and I have not had an opportunity to speak to the substantially revised budget. I spoke to a very different version of the budget.
So, Councillor Cruiser, I don't consider that I have liberty to change the meeting procedures local law. It indicates that you get one opportunity to speak on the item. You chose to second the officer recommendation, and you chose to speak on it. And you have actually spoken substantively on each of the proposed amendments, and you've spoken against two of those amendments and set out your concerns about what impact they would have on the budget. So I do consider that you've had ample opportunity to speak on the budget item that's before us tonight. So, Councillor Cruiser.
I do note that Councillor Melrosa was not in the room for much of that debate, and I have not had an opportunity to present my points about those items to him.
So, Councillor Cruiser, would you be of the view that I need to let everybody have another chance to speak on the budget? Is that what you're saying? I should do that, notwithstanding that's not part of the meeting procedures local law?
Mayor Vernon, it is ultimately up to you, but if you wished to suspend standing orders to allow people to speak to the substantially amended budget, if you felt that that was reasonable.
Councillor Cruiser, suspending the standing orders is generally not to allow people to speak formally in debate. It's allowed for elected members to speak informally and to speak their mind without not without being curtailed by the rules. So I'm not proposing to suspend the standing orders again. I did that once before this evening. I will speak to the Manager of Governance about the point that you've raised, about your wishing to speak, notwithstanding that the rules say there is a rule against speaking twice unless the standing orders are already suspended. Mr Douglas, given that Councillor Cruiser seconded the item and spoke to it, as far as I can tell, I'm not of the view that there's a provision in the meeting procedures that allows me to give her another opportunity to speak.
Can I give this a couple of minutes, please? Thanks.
Sure.
I will withdraw my request to speak at this stage. My apologies.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in relation to the budget? I'm no longer going on for or against. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Not seeing any indication. Oh, sorry, Councillor Melrosa, I do need to remember that you're there. Do you wish to speak on the officer recommendation as amended? No? All right.
No, thanks.
All right, so if there's nobody else who wishes to speak, I'm taking it that's the view because nobody else has indicated they do. I'm going to go to you, Councillor Minson, as the mover of the motion to close the debate.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, just quickly, we've gone through a series of amendments. We've had a deliberative democratic process. I think we've landed on what can be considered the consensus view of the council as per the substantive motion now. So I think that's a good reason for us to now all get behind the budget and vote in favour of it and deliver it. And I think the changes on balance are modest. That they are good amendments that we've made. Just improving balances, the balance of it in some areas, but I think taking a step back, it's not so different to the budget that we started with at the start of the night. So yeah, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be supporting the budget as it has been amended. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Minson. So the debate's now closed, so I'll ask everyone to please cast their votes. So this is in relation to the officer recommendation as amended. Please cast my vote in favour. Thank you.
My voting's not working too, and I'd like to cast my vote in favour. Thank you.
All right, we've the minute takers recorded that and we'll press it in accordingly. Councillor Gordon-Manley, we don't have a vote recorded for you as yet. All right, so that is passed. 5-4, those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Minson and Councillor Melrosa. Those against, Councillor Miles, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Councillor Gordon-Manley and Councillor Cruiser. So declare that the budget has been carried by absolute majority. That takes us then to the end of, I think, the items that are on the agenda for reports. So we come to item 10, which is public question time, which I'll now open at 12:04 p.m. and noting AM, and noting that there are no members of the public in the gallery, close that at 12:04 a.m. Item 11 is public statement time, which I'll open at 12:04 a.m. and noting there are no members of the public, close that at 12:04 a.m. Item 12 is meeting closed to the public. We have no matters left to be dealt with for the meeting to be closed to the public. And so I can't even find the last page now that's left of this. I think that brings us to item 13, which is the closure. So there being no further business of this meeting, we're now getting ready to close, but I'll formally record on the record Council's thanks to the Chief Financial Officer and all of the finance team for their hard work on calculating all of the figures, and each and every one of the town's chief executives, their managers and their teams who put together the budget for our consideration for the 26-27 year, and we look forward to a year of delivery. So thank you, everyone. Thanks, everyone in Council, for your debate and contributions this evening. We're adjourned at 12:05.